Okay. Okay. Here, you're all informed that I joined with the NSC. Okay. Tomorrow, if you are not able to perform, okay, then same time, that means, okay, நான் ஒழுங்கா பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணலடா, அதனால என்னை தூக்கிட்டாங்க ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல வந்து அப்படின்னு சொல்லிக்கலாம். அதையும் பெருமையா சொல்லிக்கலாம். இப்போ ஜாப் வந்திருக்கு, அதுவும் பெருமையா சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. நாளைக்கு ஜாப் போயிடுச்சு, அதுவும் பெருமையா சொல்லிக்கோங்க. நல்லா இருக்கும். உங்க அப்பா அம்மாவுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே நல்லா இருக்கும். கரெக்டா? ம். உங்க அப்பா அம்மா எல்லாம் இப்ப எப்படி பெருமைப்படுறாங்க? என் பையனுக்கு வந்து நல்ல கம்பெனியில வேலை கிடைச்சிருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க எல்லார்கிட்டும். நாளைக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் ஆச்சுன்னா, அப்ப அவங்க சொல்லிக்குவாங்க. நான் என் பையன் என்னமோ தெரியல இப்படி பண்றான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்க சொல்லுவாங்க திருப்பி. நான் சொல்றது வந்து உங்களுக்கு எப்படின்னா, இவன் இப்படிதான் சொல்லுவான், நமக்கு எந்த பிரச்சனையும் கிடையாது அப்படின்னு நினைச்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா, அது ஆவாது. ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல ஆவாது. காலேஜ்ல ஆகும் அந்த மாரி. காலேஜ்ல ஆகும். இது வந்து ரியல் டைம் சினாரியோஸ்ல வந்து இந்த மாரி ஆகவே ஆகாது. வேணா நீங்க வேணா செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க சீனியர்ஸ் கிட்ட. ஓகே. Try to learn the concepts and do a lot of practice. Okay, and you will be able to work on a project. Okay, otherwise it's difficult to work. இப்ப என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் இருக்கான், நான் எனக்கு வந்து நல்லா சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பான் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா, அது வந்து ரொம்ப கரெக்டான விஷயமே கிடையாது. ஏன்னா அவனுக்கு ஃபுல்லா ஒர்க் இருக்கும், உங்களுக்கும் ஒர்க் இருக்கும். அவன் அவன் ஒர்க்கை விட்டு உங்க ஒர்க் வந்து பண்ண மாட்டான். அதை ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. யூ ஹாவ் டு லேர்ன் யுவர் செல்ஃப். தெர் இஸ் சம்பன் ஹியர் அண்ட் ஹி இஸ் ட்ரைனிங் யூ, அண்ட் இஃப் யூ ஹாவ் எனி டவுட்ஸ் யூ ஷுட் ஆஸ்க் ஹிம். Right? You should learn yourself. It's not that there's someone tomorrow someone will come and do all our work means then you will be the loser. Okay, understand this. Then go according to that. Okay, here I'm going to talk about few things here. You can see here. Here இது வந்து நம்ம வந்து we have learned long back, that means intersect, union, intersect, minus and மாதிரி. I think in 6th standard or 7th standard we learn about this. A union B, B union C, like something like A union B, A minus B, okay, A intersect B, something like this. Okay, here also you can use. Where to use? What is the use of this? A union B. If you say here, what will happen? It is going to display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now here we have something called A union all B. In this case, how the data is going to be displayed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then you will have a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Okay, the like this. A intersect B. When you say this A intersect B, 6, 7, then 8, then 9, then 10. A minus B, the same way B minus A. You can see this. This is what you can use. Why do we use this particular queries in a database? That's what we have to understand here. When we talk about here, just a moment. I'll try to open a remote system. If I want to see the exact row from a table, how do you write a query? If you want to if you want to get the exact row from a table, what is the query that we have to write? Anyone? Anyone is having any idea? Pardon?
No, sir.
Not clear. No. Okay. You can use the row limit actually. Using row limit, you can get it. Apart from row limit, any other option is there means that I'm going to discuss now. Select start from employees where row num equal to 1. What is row num? What is row num? Row num is a pseudo column. What do you mean by pseudo column? Physically, it will not be existed in a database. As and when we try to retrieve the information, you can find that information. That's called row num here. Row num is a pseudo column. When we are trying to select the information, it generates a sequence number. That sequence number always starts with 1. If I say here, select star from row num equal to 2. You don't get any information. When u is equal to 1, we are able to see the value. But when you see this here, row num equal to 2, we are not able to get any information. What is the reason behind this? Without generating 1, how do you get a 2? It's not possible. It's not possible to get a 2. That's what you have to remember here. Okay. Now, how do you get this particular one? For example, I want to see the second row only. Select start from here. I'll put here less than or equal to 2. If I say that, I'll be able to see this 1 and 2. I'll be able to see 1 and 2. You can see this here. But I want to see only the second row. Then what you can do here? You just use a minus operator. You just put 1. Now you just execute here. You get the second row only. Nina only it's going to get displayed. You can check that. Okay, this way you can use it. This is what the use of the set operators. Union, intersect, minus, and union all. Whenever you are going to write here, the 2 queries you are writing, first query and second query. How many columns that you have specified in a first query, the number of columns and the data type should match in the second column also. That's the first thing that you have to understand here. And if you want to use the order by class only in the second query, you can specify order by class. Using first query columns only, you have to use it. Okay, just understand this. Just a moment.
Is that equal to limit 1?
Pardon? Your voice
Equal
is
to limit 1 like that?
no limit 1. You can use it. Fetch only first row. Okay, but the thing is before that's what I told you. The row limiting rows is available only from 12c. For example, you are supposed to work with the 10g version or 11g version. Then what you do? There you are. Okay, that means the limit option is never works.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Describe the set operators. Use the set operators to combine multiple queries into single query. Control the order of rows or return. Here you can see this here. The same concept just now we have discussed: union, union all, intersect, minus. The union all, union, that means you can see the difference. Union all, it never eliminate the duplicates. Union all never eliminate the duplicates. Whereas union, intersect, minus, these are all going to eliminate the duplicates. Okay. The expression in the select list must match in number. How many columns that you are going to select in a first query? In the second query also, you should have the same number of columns. And the data types also match it. The data types of each column in the subsequent query must match the data type of corresponding columns in the first query. You can also use the parenthesis if you want to alter the sequence of execution. Order by class can appear only in the every end of the statement. Okay, that means this only in the second query only you can use the order by class, not in the first query. Duplicate rows automatically eliminated except union all. Column names from the first query is going to be displayed. All the column titles, okay, that means you specify in the first query, those column names will be displayed as a column title, not in the second query. The output is sorted in ascending order by default, except in union all. If you are going to use union, intersect, minus, in those places, okay, that means automatically the information is going to be ordered in a, okay, ascending order. You need not use any order by class. Automatically, it will be able to take care of it. In this one, you can see this here. There are a few tables that they have used it here. Employees and retired employees. Okay, when you talk about these two tables, they have done this particular examples. Okay, that you can see here. Okay, the union you can see this here, and intersect union all automatically it is going to display the table 1 data and as well as table 2 data also is going to be get displayed. Okay. Intersect, when we talk about intersect, the common values are going to be get displayed. You can see this here. The minus operator, a minus b and b minus a, you have to use it. Okay, matching select list. Thus you can see here, we have a location ID. Even in this location table also you have a location ID. Department name. In the location table, you don't have a department name. Okay, for that we are saying that to care of null. We are matching the data type. Okay, we are matching the data type. That's what you have to understand here. Right? And the third one you can see there's a third column, warehouse location. Okay, you don't have the state provision in department table. Okay, that's what we are using here. Okay, the to care of, that means in the above you are using to care of null. Okay, we are matching the columns, okay, based on your requirement. There is also one more example that you can see this here. Okay, using order by class in this one. The order by class can appear only at the every end of the compound query. Only in the second query end only you have to specify, not in the first query. The component queries cannot have the individual order by class. Okay, that means here each and every statement should not have order by class. The order by class recognize only the first query columns only. You cannot specify the second query columns. Okay. And by default, the first column of the select query is used to sort the output, okay, in ascending order. So whatever the column name you specify in the first query, first column name, based on that, the information is going to be get sorted. Right? Identify two operators guidelines. The expression in the select list must match in the number. Parentheses may not be used to alter the sequence of execution. The data type of each column in the second query must match the data type of the corresponding column in the first query. The order by class can be used only once in a compound query unless a union or operator is used. Which two are correct?
Option A.
C.
A, right?
C.
C, right. Okay, you can do the practice this one. What I'll do is here, the retired employees table and data I'm going to share now through chat. You can copy and use that, the examples for that. And you also try to work with this activities. Okay, if you don't work, then it will like, no, you'll have a problem. I don't find any problem. You can find out in a chart. I'm not able to copy the whole thing in one stretch. Okay, that's what I'm sending part by part. You can see this, all of this. Please let me know once you are completed with the activity.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, you provided comment. I tried to execute, but not able to paste in both the SQL plus window and the SQL developer also.
Okay. You select a portion of it. Don't select all at a time.
Okay. Sir, okay, I will try, sir.
Okay. You can have a break, a 15 minutes break, then 11:15. Can we go for the next topic?
Yes, sir.
There. You have completed the set operators?
Yes.
No. Right. You can see here managing tables using DML statements. Okay, here we are going to discuss about how you are going to insert, update, delete, and as well as what do you mean by transaction, how you are going to control your transaction that we can see, and as well as we can understand with some examples. Okay. When we talk about here, the data manipulation language, the DML that you can see here. Okay, each data manipulation that describe each data manipulation language. That means each database manipulation language means insert, update, delete. That's what we are going to discuss. And select is also part of a DML. That is also one thing that we are going to discuss. And control transactions. Transaction is nothing but a DML. Yeah. Okay, here you can see this here. A DML statement is executed when you want to insert a new row into table. You create a table and you want to insert it, modifying existing row or removing existing row from a table. A transaction consists of collection of DML. That's what I said. A transaction is nothing but DML. Where you go to bank and you are doing a withdrawal or deposit. What do you call? We call it a transaction. But what kind of transaction that you are doing? You are updating your balance. Okay, either you're doing adding or minusing. Okay, that means if you're depositing money, that means it's going to be get added. If you're what do you say that? If you are going to do this one, what do you call withdraw, you're minusing it. If you're depositing, you're adding it. That's what you have to understand. This we call it's a transaction. That means either insert or update or delete, everything is going to be treated as a okay. Everything is going to be treated as a transaction here. Okay. When we talk about here, okay, the transaction, okay, we can see here, first we'll see this adding a row. Okay, how you are going to add a row to a table. Okay, that means the multiple way that you can add it here. Okay, here you can also check this. Okay, whenever you are going to insert any data into table, just try to describe your table. How many columns that you have first? Okay, which are the columns or not null columns? So try to identify that. Okay, here you can see this here. We have some not null columns that you can identify here. What are the employee ID, last name, and hire date, job ID, okay, email. These are all not null columns. Now what you can do is here, insert into employees. Okay, all the not null columns you can specify here. Employee ID, the last name, email, okay, and hire date and job ID. Okay, these columns must run should you have to, then you can use the keyboard values, then you can specify the values. Now I'll say here, okay, 206, 207, and I'll say here the James, I'm going to specify the last name. I'll say James. Okay, then I'm going to have here email. The email also I'm going to specify here James. And then hire date, that means I'm going to specify here, okay, what is today's date. If you want to insert today's date, you can use, instead of this sys date, you can use it. Okay, sys date, you can use it. Then job ID, I'll say here is also IT programmer. You can see this here, the one row inserted. Now you can say here, select star from, just use employees. You will be able to identify this. Okay, you can say this here. Okay, you will be able to find this here. The employee ID is 207. His name is James, and you can see this here. Okay, this is where you can find out information. We are not inserted salary. We are not inserted commission. We are not in manager IDs, department ID. Nothing. We have not done nothing. Okay, this is where you can identify. Okay, okay. In this, if you want to insert into all the columns, for example, insert into employees, then you can use directly values. The first one that you should know the sequence. What is the first column? Employee ID. What is this here? You have to specify. Okay, you can use here. I'll use here James. And the last name is going to be Bond. Okay, then email. Okay, hire date, I'll say here sys date. Okay, job ID, I'm going to put here IT programmer. Then salary, I'll put here the 4500. Then commission, I'll put null here. Okay, the manager ID, I'll say here 201. And department ID, I'll say here 30. Okay, now you can see this here. Okay, this is also I'm going to. This one, what will happen means it is going to. Okay, here I think not enough value. So there is a one particular value I'm not inserted here. Okay, which one I'm not inserted? Anyone? Anyone can tell about this? I think I'm not insert phone number, right? Email after email. Okay, the phone number we have to specify here. It should be in single quotes. Okay, 123 dot 123 dot 1234. It's a character actually. That means that's what we have to specify here. Okay, in single quotes. Okay, now you can see this here. The one row inserted. Again, you try to execute. The multiple ways that you can insert your record. If you want to insert into all the columns, you just use this particular one. If you want to insert into specific columns and the column name should be specified first, then you have to specify the respective column values. Okay, that you can see here 208 you can find out here. Okay, this is way you can check and identify. Okay, the same thing that you can see here. Okay, here, whenever you are trying to insert a new record into table, that means if you have a character value, you have to put them in single quotes. Even date also, you have to put them in a single quote. If it is a number, you just specify number or scientific value, you can use it. Okay. And inserting rows in the null values. Okay, inserting into null values. Okay, when you talk about here, okay, okay, if you're, see here we are inserted in the previous example also you can say this, only in few columns you are inserted means other columns automatically it is going to be null. Okay, if you are inserting, that means I did not insert a commission here, right? That means you can say this here, I just use a null. This is explicit null, but don't use a null in a single quotes, whether it is a character or number or date, you just use a null, automatically it is going to be stored as a null. You can say this commission is null. Okay, I have not inserted any commission value. Okay, the must and should you have to specify. This is called explicit null, implicit and explicit null. Inserting special values. Either you can use the sysdate or current date. I used the sysdate. Here you can see this current date. You can see this one. And if you're not inserting into the system default format, okay, that's what is the system default format? Date dd hyphen mon hyphen rr. But I'm trying to insert something like this. Okay, okay, mon and dd comma 4 ways. Okay, this particular format model that you have to specify while inserting it. Yesterday also I told you, that means when we are discussing about the conversion functions, I told you to date while discussing insert, we can see that. You can see this here. Most of the time the to date conversion function, it is going to be useful when you are trying to insert or update. Okay, if you are not trying to store this information in a default format, then must and should you have to use the format which you are trying to use it. Okay, then you can see this here, creating script. Okay, that means if you want to insert more than one record, you can always use here. Okay, this way you can also go this way also, you can go for it. Insert into employees. The values you can specify directly, and if you want to insert into specific columns, for example, only these columns you want to specify here. For example, just a moment. Okay, and one more thing, I think I said something that I'm going to discuss one point here. Okay, this one first, let me select this. I don't want to use any more this particular statement. Okay, if you can put a comment like this, the double line comment, you can use this way. Soumya, are you there? Okay, this way you can use it. Soumya, are you there? I think she's not there. Suddenly something is happening to you people, I don't know. Okay, ampersand A, what is the second column? Last name. Ampersand B, you just put it in a single quotes. Then what do you have here? Email. Again, that is also in single quotes. You can specify C. Okay. Then what do you have? Hire date. That is also you can put them in a, okay, D. It did not specify a column name. You can also use something like this. Okay. E. I didn't use a single quote here. Right. Now you just try to execute this. Enter value, get 209. I'll say here Smith. Okay. Enter value for C. What is that? Email. Right. Then here I'm going to use here. Today's date is 26th, right? 26th APR. Okay, 22 I'm using here. Okay. Then I'm going to use a job ID. This is also going to be specified as a IT programmer. You can see this here. Once it is done, you are going to get a message here. The SQL command not properly ended. Okay, somewhere it has some problem. Okay, what do you have here? Just a moment. Employee ID. last name, email, hire date, right, fine, right. A value 209. Then last name is a Smith.
Sir, in A quotation,
Yeah.
quotation.
A is a number, right? It's not required. Character and date only is required.
Okay.
C is an email, right? The Smith. Okay, then D is 24, 26, right? Today, if you are 22, okay. Next IT programmer. Okay, you can see this here. The old and new you can find out here. This is a old and you can see this here. Okay, you are able to find the difference. Okay, this way you can insert it. That's possible. Okay. Yeah, good, Samya. Just now I checked your message. Good. Okay, no issue. Okay, normally I don't open chart actually. That's a problem. Okay. Now you can see this copying rows from another table. Okay, how do you copy a rows from another table? That's also you can see here. Okay, first of all, you should know how to create a table from another table. Here you can see this here. Create table, EMP as select star from employees where the last name equal to, I'm saying NSC. Do you have anyone as a last name is NSC in the employees table? Say yes or no. No, right? But still it says the table is created. I give a false condition, okay, the table is been created. If I say here, select star from okay, EMP. You can check this here. You can check this. We don't have any data. Okay, now I want to get the data into this table. Insert into EMP. Select star from employees. Insert into EMP, select star from employees. Now you can see this here. How many records got inserted into EMP table? You can check this here. Okay, 110 record. Now we are inserted 3 records, right? Or the 3 records also inserted into fresh table. You can see this here. This way you can find out. Okay, if you give a false condition, table structure will be created, but it won't select any information. Okay. I'm sharing this code also. You can try this. Just a moment. I think it's not copied. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and you can also check this here. Whenever you are going to use okay, copy values from another table, don't use the keyboard values class. Don't use the keyboard values class. That's very important. Okay. Okay, here you can see this here update. Whenever you are trying to modify the information from the table, okay, you can go with this update. When you talk about this update, okay, you can change the information of your table, which is already existed. Okay. Okay, update table, set column name equal to column name. That means the first column, second column, third column, fourth column, fifth column, like the complete row value that you can modify it. Or complete column values also you can modify it if you don't specify where class. Okay. Where class is a mandatory. Which row that you are trying to modify, that you have to specify very clearly. You can see this update employee set department ID equal to 50, where department employee ID equal to 113. Only that particular department ID is going to get changed. In the second one, you can see this here, update copy underscore EMP set department ID equal to 110. We are not given any where condition. How many rows that you have? All the rows are going to be get updated with the same value. That's what we have to understand here. You can also check here. Okay, we have copied one of the table structure. Again, this one you can see this here. Now I want to update here. Update EMP set set. Okay, I'll use here department ID here also. ID equal to 10 I'm using here. Okay, before that you can also check here. Okay, what is the value that you have here? The department ID, you can see this here. All are different values. Now, if I'm going to update, now you can see this here. 117, 110 is rows got updated. 110 rows got updated. Now again, you try to execute your select statement. Now you can see this department ID. Are you finding 10 or different values? All the department IDs got updated with this particular value. Okay. If you don't use the where condition, if you specify where condition, only that particular row is going to be get updated. Here also you can check one more example. Okay, here we have something called the manager ID null. Okay, when it comes to 2007, or sorry, 207. When it comes to 209, I'll use here update EMP set manager ID equal to, okay, I'll put here 10202, where employee ID in I'll say here 207, 209. These two rows are going to get updated. You can check this. Only manager ID that is going to be get modified here. You just go back here, you can see this. Okay, you're able to find that. Okay, that's why you can use it. Only those rows are going to get modified. You have to use a where class. If you don't specify where class, all rows are going to get updated. Okay, anytime that means your manager left the organization and you want to take his position, okay, then what do you have to do? You have to get his salary, okay, and as well as his designation. Okay, from the same table, you can select the, that means your manager salary and job ID. That's an example that you can see here. Select job ID, okay, and as well as, okay, salary, you can see this here. You can also copy from another table and you can update the data. That is one more option that we have here. You can check this. Right. Removing rows from a table. Anytime that you want to remove the data from the table, you can use a delete or truncate also. When you use a delete, that means it's going to remove all the, okay, when you are going to use a delete, it is going to delete the specific record. When you use a truncate, all rows are going to be get removed. All rows are going to get removed permanently. That's what here you can see this delete table name from is optional where condition. Here also same thing. If you don't specify where condition, all rows are going to get deleted. If you specify, if you specify where condition, the specific row is going to be deleted. You can see this here. Delete from departments where department name equal to finance. Delete from copy underscore EMP. 22 rows got deleted. How many rows we have? Everything. You can also delete information from another table. That's also possible. A truncate. When you talk about a truncate, it means if you remove data from table, okay, using truncate, there is no option to get back the data which you are truncated. When you use the delete, there is an option to get back the information. There's an option to get back the information from the database, but you don't have an option when you're going to use a truncate. But normally truncate we don't use on production environment. Okay, very rarely we use it. Now we are going to see the database transactions. When we talk about this transaction, that we have to understand with the example. I'll see here. Okay, here who is the user who's connected? HR. I'll open one more terminal here. You can also try to do in the same way. Okay. Here also you can see the show user. Now, if I say here, okay. Right. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here is, okay, here you just describe EMP, and here also you can describe the EMP. In both the places you are able to find this because here I'm going to use here delete from EMP where employee ID equal to 207. I'm using here. What happened? Just a moment. Let me check here. Okay, after this, I'm not used any. I'm using here commit. Okay, now I'm going to update here the same record. You can see this one row deleted. Now I'm saying here update EMP. Now you can also check here select, sorry, select employee ID, job ID from EMP where employee ID equal to 207. Are you finding any information? Now, if I'm going to execute here, select hire date, comma, the job ID. from EMP where employee ID equal to 207. You can see this, you will be able to identify this information. But when I use here, it is not coming. You can also cross check if I'm going to use this particular one. Here we'll be able to get this information or not. You can check this if you have any doubt. Where employee ID equal to 207. You can see this. But here we are able to find, here we are not able to find. This is called transaction. This is going to be managed. Now, if I'm going to specify here, okay, the rollback or commit, if I'm going to say here, commit, now you can see here, okay, if you are going to execute the same query again, you don't get any information. Okay, that means whenever we are trying to modify the information, the database is going to log that information for you. Other users will not be able to modify that information unless and until you don't release the lock. How to release the lock? Using commit or rollback, you can release the lock. Using commit or rollback, you can release the lock. This is what normally we do it. Okay. Is it clear? Did you understand what I'm trying to say? Or you can also check here one more information. Okay, here I'm saying here, delete. I'm not getting any response, so you can see that. Okay. Delete from EMP where employee ID equal to 209. I'm deleted one row. Now I'm trying to update here. Update EMP set salary equal to 6,000 where employee ID equal to 209. What will happen if I'm going to terminate this particular statement? Anyone? The other user is deleted to 209 and the another user is trying to update the same row.
Won't update.
It won't update. Okay, what is the message that we are going to get?
No rows updated.
We
Pardon,
didn't give
pardon?
commit, right? We didn't give commit in one
Okay.
terminal, right? So it will update.
Okay. That my question is whether it will be updated or not. If it is not updated, what is the, do I get any message or what will happen? That's what my question.
It's updated.
It will be get updated.
Yes.
Okay. Any other? Anyone?
The commit not provided, so it will update, I think.
Okay. With the help of commit and rollback, we are going to have a consistency. If I'm going to terminate here, you can see this here. Its cursor is down. Okay, whatever I'm typing, you're able to find that information here. Okay, it is not. Okay, that means this particular record is been logged for this particular session. We call it a session. In this session, he has to wait. How long? Either ways, that means other way, he should use a commit or rollback. If I say here, a rollback, for example, now you can see this here, automatically one row updated. That means unknown command begin with SVIH, something that you can see this here. Okay, that means this is what we have to understand here. Okay. Right. Okay. This is what you have to. Now, again, if you try to do anything here, it will not come here because here again it is locked. Again, you have to use here roll back here also, or roll back or commit. This is what the transaction that you have to understand here. The same thing that you are going to understand here. A database transaction consists of the following: a DDL statement, DML statement, DCL statements. Okay, these statements you can find out. Okay, whenever you are going to start doing insert, update, delete, most of the times you have to end with the following events: a commit or rollback. Commit make the changes permanent, whereas rollback is going to be undo. The DDL statement or DCL statement, that's what we say. The DDL and DCL statements are auto commit statements. DDL and DCL statements are auto commit statement. So when user is going to exit SQL star plus SQL developer, it's nothing but a commit. It's nothing but a commit. The system crashes is a rollback. So with the help of commit and rollback, what you are going to achieve means ensure data consistency. Like one person is trying to delete, okay, another person is trying to update, and one, that means in this particular scenario, you can take that. If a database is going to allow the both transactions at a time, one person is trying to delete the same row, another person is trying to delete update the same row. Okay, if both are going to execute, there will not be any consistency, right? Okay, that means whenever we are trying to update or delete, what database is going to do for one user, it's going to be get locked. The other user has to wait. With this one, what you are going to achieve? Consistency. Okay, எப்பவுமே நமக்கு வந்து ஒரு valid information வந்து இருக்கும் கண்டிப்பா டேட்டாபேஸ்ல. Okay, this is what we have to understand with this one, with the help of commit and rollback. Okay, preview changes made by the current user. Okay, who is the person who modified? இப்போ நான் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணா என்னால பார்க்க முடியும் நான் என்னென்ன டேட்டா சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிருக்கேன்னு. ஆனா வந்து நீங்க பார்க்க முடியாது. அது நீங்க எப்ப பார்க்கலாம்? Once I say commit, then you can see that. If I say rollback, again it will go back to the previous state. Group logical related operation. You can do multiple transactions, not only one. You can try to insert, update, delete, again try to insert, update, delete, again try to insert, update, delete. All these things you can do it. You can see this here. This is the last transaction, commit. After that, I'm doing a delete. When I'm doing a delete, I'm giving a name called save point A. Okay. Now I'm doing insert and update. For this insert and update, I'm giving another name called save point B. Then I'm giving one more and insert. If I say roll back to B, the last insert is going to be rollback. That is, insert is going to be rollback. This insert is going to be rollback. If you say roll back to B, if you say roll back to A, that means insert, update, insert will be removed. If you say only roll back, it will go to the last transaction. Rollback is going to use to roll back remove the last transactions or roll back the last transaction. Rollback means undo. நம்ம என்னென்ன மாடிஃபிகேஷன் பண்ணமோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து ப்ரீவியஸ் மாடிஃபை பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி எப்படி இருக்கோ அந்த மாதிரி வரணும் அப்படின்னா ரோல் பேக் பண்ணணும். ஓகேவா? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. How do you use a save point? Save point name. Okay, that's it. Save point update done. Roll back to save point name. Implicit transaction. சில டைம்ல வந்து தானா கமிட் ஆயிடும். எந்த டைம்ல ஆயிடும் அப்படின்னா, நம்ம வந்து ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் delete பண்ணோம், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு டேபிள் கிரியேட் பண்றோம். ஓகே, ப்ரீவியஸ்லி deleted information will be committed. ஓகே, அது வந்து திருப்பி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு வர முடியாது, ரோல் பேக் பண்ணாலும் வராது. That is what, like you can see this implicit transaction processing. A DDL statement issued, a DCL statement issued, a normal exit from SQL developer. Normal SQL developer வந்து நார்மலா ப்ராப்பரா க்ளோஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா எல்லாமே சேவ் பண்ணிடும். இப்போ சும்மா அப்படியே ஒரு அந்த கார்னர்ல விண்டோ பட்டன் வந்து நம்ம க்ளோஸ் பண்ணோம்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், அதை வந்து சேவ் ஆகாது. அது வந்து இட் will become roll back. Okay, that's what here you can see this abnormal termination of okay SQL developer and SQL star plus or system failure is going to comes under rollback. If you properly close your SQL star plus and SQL developer, it comes under commit. State of data before commit or rollback. நம்ம commit rollback பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி data எப்படி இருக்கு, previous state of the data can be recovered. Whenever database நான் modify பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நான் modify statement போட்டிருக்கேன், update statement போட்டிருக்கேன். ஓகே, இம்மீடியேட்டா டேட்டாபேஸ் என்ன பண்ணணும்னா ப்ரீவியஸ்லி என்னென்ன அந்த டேபிள்ல எந்த டேட்டா இருக்கோ அந்த டேட்டாவோட ஸ்னாப்ஷாட் எடுக்கும், ஒரு காப்பி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு பக்கத்துல வச்சிருவோம். அதுக்கு பேர் தான் ரீட் கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் இமேஜ். அதுக்கு பேர் தான் ரீட் கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் இமேஜ். அதுதான் ப்ரீவியஸ் ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் தி டேட்டா கேன் பி ரிகவர்ட். The current session can you review the result of DML operation by using the select statement. இப்போ நான் ஒர்க் பண்றேன் அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். Okay, I'll be able to see what are the modification that I have done, but not other users. அதான் சொல்ல வராங்க. Other sessions cannot view the result of the DML statement issued by the current session. The affected rows are locked. இப்போ நான் என்னென்ன ரோஸ் லாக் மாடிஃபை பண்ணணும் இல்லை delete பண்ணணும், அந்த ரோஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து எனக்கு லாக் ஆயிருக்கு. ஓகே, அது வந்து it is not permitted for the other people to modify. Okay, state of the data after okay commit or rollback. Okay, first we'll see the commit state of the data changes are saved. Data changes are saved in the database. நம்ம என்னென்ன modification பண்ணமோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து சேவ் ஆயிடும். Okay, the previous state of the data is overwritten. நான் சொன்ன read consistent image is going to be get created. எப்போ நம்ம modification try பண்ணோமோ அப்போ அதெல்லாம் வந்து overwritten ஆயிடும். All sessions can view the result. On locks on the affected rows are released, those rows are available for the other session to manipulate. நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி இந்த எக்ஸாம்பிள் பார்த்தோம். அங்க அடுத்த செஷன்ல கமிட் பண்ண உடனே இன்னொரு செஷன்ல வந்து இம்மீடியட்டா வந்து ஒன் ரோ அப்டேட்டட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வந்திருக்கு பாத்தீங்களா. இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஆஃப்டர் கமிட் ஆயிடும். ஆல் சேவ் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் ஆர் எரேஸ்ட். இஃப் யூ ஆர் யூசிங் எனி சேவ் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து ரிமூவ் பண்ணிடும். ஓகே, ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் டேட்டா ஆஃப்டர் ரோல் பேக். ரோல் பேக் பண்ணீங்கன்னா என்னென்ன ஆயிடும், டேட்டா சேஞ்சஸ் ஆர் அன்டன். ப்ரீவியஸ் ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் தி டேட்டா அப்படின்னா இதுக்கு முன்னாடி எப்படி இருக்கு அந்த ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு போயிடும். ஓகே, லாக்ஸ் ஆன் தி எஃபெக்டட் ரோஸ் ஆர் ரிலீஸ்ட். ஏதாவது என்னென்ன லாக்ஸ் கிரியேட் ஆயிருக்கும் அந்த லாக்ஸ் வந்து ரிலீஸ் பண்ணிடும். இதுதான் ஆயிடும். இப்போ நார்மலாக வந்து நம்ம டேட்டா பேஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ணோம். ஓகே, ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் லெவல் ரோல் பேக் sometimes will happen in a such a way. இப்போ நம்ம வந்து 20 டிரான்சாக்ஷன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், இன்சர்ட் அப்டேட் டிலீட் அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாமே சேர்த்து 20 டிரான்சாக்ஷன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். சடனா 21st டிரான்சாக்ஷன் நீங்க 21வது டிரான்சாக்ஷன் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு சிஸ்டம்ல ஏதோ ப்ராப்ளம் வந்து அந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் உங்களால் எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ண முடியல, அது வந்து ரோல் பேக் ஆயிடுச்சு 21வது. அந்த 20 டிரான்சாக்ஷன் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நமக்கு ஒரு கவலை இருக்கும், கரெக்டா? அது வந்து நம்ம வந்து we can use a commit or rollback. Commit யூஸ் பண்ணா எல்லாமே வந்துரும். Rollback யூஸ் பண்ணா அது clear ஆயிடும். அதான் சொல்ல வராங்க இங்க. Statement level rollback. If single DML statement failed during execution, only that statement is going to be rolled back. The Oracle server implement an implicit save point. எல்லாத்துக்குமே implicit save point arrange பண்ணிக்கும் database. Okay. Okay, all other changes are retained. Retained ன்னா நம்ம திருப்பி வாங்கிக்கலாம். Okay, and the என்னென்ன transaction பண்ணமோ using commit or rollback, you can do that. Read consistent image. நான் சொன்னல read consistent image. Read consistent image is going to give the consistent view of data at all times. Changes made by one user do not conflict with the changes made by another. Okay. Read consistency ensure that readers do not wait for the writers, writers do not wait for the readers, but writers has to wait for the writers. This is, you have to take care of it. அதான் இதுக்கு எங்க எக்ஸாம்பிள் இங்க பாருங்க, read consistent image, change data, unchanged data. ஓகே, இதெல்லாம் இங்க யூசர் ஏ யூசர் பி இங்க பாருங்க. யூசர் ஏ he is accessing his table, he is modified his table, but user b accessing user a ஓட table. இந்த ரீட் கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் இமேஜோட இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தான் இவனுக்கு காட்டும். ஆனா இங்க மாடிஃபைட் டேட்டா, பிஃபோர் சேஞ்ச் டேட்டா, ஓல்ட் டேட்டா, இது இப்ப இவர் திருப்பி செலக்ட் ஸ்டார் ஃப்ரம் டேபிள் நேம் போட்டாங்கன்னா இவருக்கு மாடிஃபைடு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தான் காட்டும். இவருக்கு ப்ரீவியஸ் ஸ்டேட் ரீட் கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் இமேஜ்ல இருக்கிற டேட்டா மட்டும் தான் காட்டும். ஃபார் அப்டேட் கிளாஸ், ஃபார் அப்டேட் கிளாஸ் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். You can use this particular one. Okay, for update. Whenever you use a for update class in a select statement, in the columns employee ID, salary, commission, job ID, okay, and salary SA underscore REP. இது எல்லாமே அந்த employee ID, salary, commission underscore PCT, job ID, sales representative இருக்கிற எல்லாருக்குமே இந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் லாக் ஆயிடும். இது யாராலும் மாடிஃபை பண்ண முடியாது except the person who specified this command. That is what for update. This is called, okay, explicit lock. Now தனியா ஒரு lock create பண்ணனும் அப்படினா இதுக்கு போலாம். Okay, delete from EMP, copy from EMP, and truncate table name. Both are same. Both following statements are going to give the same result.
Yes.
No, it will not give the same result.
Sir, what you said, no, that delete command we should mention where class.
Delete command, right? Delete command is going to remove the data, but you have an option to get back the data or not. Okay, you have an option to get back, but when you use a truncate, there is an option to get back the information.
No.
That's what. You can practice this. We have one more chapter actually to discuss. Okay, once you are done with this one, then we can go for that. Any doubts? Just give me a minute, I'll be back. సరిపోతుంది. You can have a break and we'll join back at 2. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Right.
Okay.
Right. Everyone is back.
Yes, sir.
Right. Right. Can we go for the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Right. Here we are going to discuss about how we are going to create a table and how we are going to modify the table structure and what are the data types it is going to be supported by Oracle database. Okay, this is what we are going to discuss here. Okay, here you can see this here. When we talk about okay, the database objects and naming rules. So first we can see this here. When you talk about a table, it's the basic unit of storage composed of rows. Okay, and it's view. When you talk about a view, logically represented. Right. When you talk about a sequence, it is going to be number that is going to be generated. Okay, that means here you just go to bank and you're opening an account. Automatically, the bank account number is going to be generated. That's a part of a part of a sequence, right? And when you talk about here, synonym is another name for your object. That means alternate name. Okay. Okay. Index, it is going to improve the performance of some queries. Okay. Okay. Whenever you are going to create any object, any of this object, table, view, sequence, synonym, index, okay, it should start with the alphabet. The must and should you have to use. Okay. Okay, that means any of the object you create, it is going to, okay, you should start with the alphabet. The maximum you can have a 30 characters, and you can use either uppercase or lowercase of alphabets, and as well as you can use 0 to 9, like no, the numbers, and underscore, dollar, hash, you can use it. So this thing definitely you can use it. Okay, and you cannot have any duplicate name. You cannot have any duplicate names. Okay, and you cannot use any Oracle reserved words. You cannot use any Oracle reserved words. Okay, this is what you have to keep in your mind when you are going to work with this one. Okay, creation of object names. Right? Okay. Now, here you can see this here. Whenever you are going to create a table, you should have a system privilege called create table. Create table is the system privilege. Okay. When you talk about here, okay, you can also see there's something that you have here. Okay. Create table, schema.table. That means you can also create a table for other user. You can also create table for other user. In that particular scenario, you should have a create any table, and create any table. There's a difference that you have to identify. When we talk about here, create table, okay, you can create a table for yourself. If you have a privilege called create any table, you can create a table for anyone. Okay, here you can see this here. Create any table if you have this privilege. Create any table. Okay, you can create a table for other users also. And you need to have some storage space. In this case, you can see this create table, table name, okay, schema.table. If you are creating for yourself, you can specify the table name. If you are creating for others, okay, you can specify that, okay, the schema name dot table name. Okay, and one more thing that you can see here, you can, what do you say that? Okay, the table name you have to specify, column name you have to specify, column data type you have to specify, and column size also you have to specify. And now you can see here, okay, we have something here. Okay, the create table, dbdno number, dname, location, create table, describe table. You can see this here. Okay. Okay, this way you can create it. Now, when it comes to data type, what are the data types are going to be supported by Oracle database? Here you can see this here, char and varchar. Those are two things that you have to understand here. The char and varchar. Char is a fixed length. Whereas varchar is varchar2 is a variable length. The name itself you can understand, okay, variable length. What exactly this? What do you mean by, okay, that's here. If I say here name the char of 25, I'm using here. For example, if I'm going to store here Smith, how many characters that you have in a Smith? How many characters are there? 5, right? The remaining 20 characters are going to be, okay, blank padded. We call it a blank pad. Okay, that means if you say length of name, length of the name, if you specify here, even if you have 5 characters also, it is going to show the 25. That's what the fixed length. Whereas the variable character, that means you say that varchar, okay, if you say here name varchar2, okay, of 25. Now, how many character that you are storing? Only that much space only it is going to be allocated within the limit. Within the limit. If limit exceeds, automatically it is going to throw an error. Okay. Correct. And one more thing that we have to see here. Okay, if when you talk about the character one, it's char is the default is 1. Okay, if you don't specify width, it's going to be 1, and the maximum you can have 2000 bytes. When you talk about varchar, the minimum you have to specify is a var, that means varchar2. Okay, the minimum is 1, the maximum is going to be 4000 bytes you can specify. Okay, what do you mean by here? For example, we have a gender. Okay, now if you say here char, I'm not specified any width. It will accept only one byte, either F or M, something like this. You can use it. Okay. That is what here you have to understand. Okay. Now we'll see this here number. We'll see number. For example, when you talk about number, you'll have two things here. One is called precision, another one is called scalar. Okay, precision means a before decimal point. The scalar means after decimal point. Now, for this one, what you have to do is 6 comma 2, if you say number, okay, that means before decimal point, you can have a 4 digits. Number 6 comma 2, if you say here, before decimal point, you can have 4 digits. After decimal point, you can have 2 digits. That means whenever you specify precision and scalar, the scalar part should be included with your precision. Okay, if I'm going to say here, okay, number 9 comma 2, for example, the before decimal point you can have 5 digits, and after decimal point you can, I mean 7 digits. After decimal point you can have 2 digits. The total is 9. That's what you have to do it. Okay, when you talk about the precision size here, 38 digits. When you talk about a scalar, you will have a minus 124. You can use it. There's a range you can use it. Okay. Next, you have the date. When you talk about a date, that means we know that get the DD hyphen MON hyphen, that's RR. That's a default format of Oracle, right? The next one that we have here is the long data type. You can see this here. Long is a variable length character, and you can have a 2 GB of space. Okay, that means here when we talk about this one, 2 GB, you just imagine, okay, long back they introduced, Oracle introduced this one. I'm talking about 80s. Okay, end of 80s, they introduced this particular database actually. At that time itself, they introduced this particular data type, the data type called long. Okay, here in this one, you can store 2 GB of data. Here in each field, you can store 2 GB of information. That means here you can store 2 GB like this. Okay, you cannot use any constraints. You cannot use any constraints. Okay, you cannot have a more than one column. You cannot have more than one column in a table. Okay, that's what we can talk about a long data type. Here you can store alphanumeric. Here you can store alphanumeric. Then you can also see this one more data type that we have here, raw and long raw. When you talk about here, you can store binary information. You can store binary. Binary means zeros and ones. What is the use of storing binary? Why do you store zeros and ones? Anyone? What is the need of storing binary? What is the need of storing binary information? Anybody is there? I'm asking question. You don't understand whether it is a question or it's I'm talking something. I really don't understand. If you're all silent means you're all busy with some other work. What? Hello?
Sir,
Can you
no, sir,
hear
we
me?
don't know the
Yes,
answer.
sir. Yes, sir.
Right?
We don't know the answer, sir.
Oh, you would have tell me. You have to tell me that.
Okay.
Then I'll understand that.
Okay.
If you are silent means I should understand whether you are there or not, or you are busy with some other work. How will I know that? You don't know means you have to tell me that. Okay, whether it is a silly answer or simple answer, you have to tell me.
Okay, sir.
சார் நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க சார்.
Right. Okay, here, when we talk about a binary, you can store images, pictures, multimedia information. All these things you can store it. Whenever you are going to store this information in a database, that means the pictures, sounds, and all the stuff, automatically database is going to convert that information into binary format. Okay. Okay. That I know what to do, how to behave now onwards. Okay. And the next that we have here is LOPS. Okay, the LOPS stands for large objects. Okay, here you have something called CLOB, BLOB, and CLOB. CLOB stands for character lob. Okay, the character you can store. BLOB stands for binary you can store. And NCLOB stands for national character. You can store it. That means here you can store something like Japanese language, the Chinese language, and all these things you can store it. Okay, binary is similar, but what is the difference means here you can store 4 GB of information. Okay, 4 GB of information you can store it, right? Okay. Okay. Here you can store 4 GB of information. You just imagine how much space that you can store in 4 GB. That's what here you can see this here CLOB, BLOB, and B file. Okay, when we talk about a B file, there is a one more data type that we have here is B file. Okay, you can store directly files into database. Okay, files into a database. That is what that is a B file. Okay, here you can say this here. This 3 will comes under CLOB, BLOB, NCLOB will comes under the okay. These lobs are internal lobs. B file is an external lob. That's what we say that. Okay, you can also find this information here. Okay, the B file. Okay, that means it's an external file. Okay. And here you can see this row ID. When we talk about a row ID, it's a 64 number system representing, okay, physical address of your row. Physical address of your row. Right. Okay, here you can see this here. There are a few more data types that you can talk about. Date time. Timestamp you have. Interval year to month and interval day to second. Okay, that means the timestamp always gives a date with a fractional second, and interval year to month and interval day to second. It talks about okay, okay. If you it is going to be like no interval year to month means when you go to shop and you buy any product, they say that guarantee and warranty. That information you can store. And when you talk about interval day to second, the number of days and number of hours that you worked in the organization, you can store such kind of information. Okay, it's going to be just a moment. Okay, sorry. In this way, you can see this here. Okay, this what here we say that like no interval year to month and interval day to second. Okay, we say that like, here we can store the warranty guarantee information and as well as other information also. That means the number of days and hours you can talk about here. Just one more Right. Okay. Here, this way you can have your warranty guarantee information. You can store with the interval year to month and the number. Right. And here you can see this here interval day to second. Okay. You can store the number of days and months that you worked in the organization. Okay. The number of days and hours you worked in the organization, we can also store it in that one interval day to second. And here you can see this here one more option that you can check here. The higher date when you talk about here, when you talk about here, okay, we are using a default. Default is an option. Whenever we are trying to store the information into okay database, like no, if I'm going to omit, and it should store okay automatically the current date, okay, that you can use this particular option. You can use this particular option. Actually you can use it. Okay, the default. Okay, in some databases default is a constraint. Here it is a okay option. That's what we have to understand here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. In this way, you can see this here, literal values, expressions, SQL functions or legal values. Another column names or pseudo columns or illegal value. The default data type must match the column data type. If you use a column, okay, the default sys date, okay, and we are using, okay, sys date, right? Okay, now we are going to see this here, okay, the constraints that we can see here. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, constraint not null, unique, primary key, foreign key, check constraint. We are going to discuss about. What do you mean by not null? Anyone knows? You can say yes. If you don't know, you can say don't know. That is what I'm expected. That is what interactive. Can you hear me?
Not null means
Yeah. Kumaran,
columns
right?
without empty.
Not to be empty.
Pardon, Akash? Akash or Kumaran?
Akash, sir.
Column value should not empty.
Okay, column value should not be empty. Correct.
Not accept the null value.
Right. Okay. Column should not be null. Right, the column value should not be null. Okay. 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 Actually, whenever you are going to create a table, all the columns are going to be created as a null column only. Okay, that means by default, all columns will accept null. If you don't enter a value also, it will accept it. But make sure that it should accept some null. It should accept a value. It should not accept a null. Then you can make that column as a not null constraint. You can accept. That means you can create a not null constraint. When we talk about this particular one, you have to understand one more thing. Constraint is a rule that you are going to enforce on a table column. Okay. Unique, when you talk about a unique, it is not going to accept duplicate and it is going to accept null. Understand what I'm trying to say? It is not going to accept duplicate and it is going to accept null. Where do you use a unique constraint? In a real-time scenarios. If you know, say yes. If you don't know, okay, let me know that. Where do you use a unique constraint? Anyone? Can you hear me?
In like a serial number that don't have the same.
Okay, if I forgot to enter a serial number, then it will be accepted, right? Without serial number or without roll number, without employee
Yes, sir.
number, can you be there in the organization?
No, sir.
Actually, here you can use this one. You can use this one in a such a way that, okay, unique constraints. Okay, now you are joined with NSC. Probably you are given, okay, all your details to the organization, your email ID, your mobile number, okay, your PAN number, your Aadhaar number, and everything you are given to the organization. Correct? Am I correct or not? Okay, this all comes under your. Okay, that means in that particular table, NSC table, okay, these are all going to be unique. Because your email ID should not match with any other employee. Your mobile number should not match with any other employee. Correct? Your Aadhaar should not match with any other employee. By mistake, if I enter the same one, okay, by mistake, if I enter the same value, okay, okay, that means the system should give an error. System should give an error. Okay, and I think Solomon sent a message not accept the null value. Which one you are talking about? Unique you are talking about? Solomon? Okay. Okay, that's what we say, that your mobile number. You just go to bank, you don't remember your, okay, account number. Okay, you just tell your mobile number or you just tell your Aadhaar number, they'll be able to get all your information. These are all going to be unique. But your account number is a primary. Your email ID is, your employee ID is a primary. That's what, only one primary key will be allowed. Only one primary key will be allowed. But when it comes to unique, okay, the present version which you are using, you have 100 unique constraints for a single table. But primary key is only one column can have a primary key. Excuse me. Only one particular column can have a primary key. You can also have a composite primary key. What do you mean by composite primary key? Any idea? Yes, Subhash. Okay. Now you just go to bank and you are opening an account, right? You just go to bank and you are opening an account. There you are going to have something like this. Okay, you have to fill the, okay, form. There you will have something called, okay, your first name, middle name, the last name, date of birth, and mother maiden name. Something that you are going to have here. When you talk about here, your first name is mandatory and your last name is mandatory, not middle name. And your mother maiden name is mandatory. Okay, the same way, and your date of birth is mandatory. Okay, this is going to be uniquely, you are going to be identified globally. That is what the globalization, banks and all in a globalization. Okay, how it is, the combination of column value should be unique. Now, if you see this here, just a moment. Okay. Okay, here, okay, there's a farmer go to bank and he open account, but he get an international debit card. Okay, before Corona, everyone used to get an international debit card. After Corona, okay, they have restricted this. Okay, you can see this one. Okay, this is where it is going to be. Okay, in this particular scenario, okay, whenever you are going to talk about here, you just go to supermarket. In a supermarket also you can find here, there are a few things that you can identify that. Okay. When you are going to buy a chocolate or something, okay. Okay. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, if you go to supermarket and you buy a chocolate, that means based on the quantity, the price is going to be get fixed. Am I correct? Okay, if you buy 50 grams, 80 grams, 100 grams, 120 grams, something like this, the product name, the product ID is going to be the same, right? Okay, when it comes to when it comes to here, other things, what do you say that? Okay, there automatically you can also cross check whenever you go to supermarket that automatically if you buy some product, okay, they'll open a separate window. From that window they choose the pricing part based on your quantity, because the same product name, the same, okay, ID will be there, product ID, product name will be the same. Based on that you are going to have this information. Okay, is it okay? Okay, now, okay, here you can see this here. That's what the primary key. Then foreign key. Okay, when we talk about a foreign key, if you are going to join an organization, okay, that means in the offer letter itself you belong to so and so department, they say that. That means without department you cannot be there in the organization. Okay, there are so many departments. You morning someone told me, okay, we are all belongs to one particular project. That means that itself it is specified that, okay, you all belongs to, okay, one particular department. There is other people or belongs to other departments, something like this. Okay, how do you bring this relation? Okay, with the help of foreign key, okay, we can get it. Okay, that means the department is going to be a primary. Okay, unless and until department is not there, we cannot recruit the employees. Okay, unless and until we don't remove the employees from the organization, we cannot remove the department. This is the basic rule of a relation in a database. You should have a parent record, then only you can have a child record. Okay. Whenever you remove all the child record, then only you can remove the parent record. This is what the basic relation. Okay. Okay. When we talk about here, you can other way also we can say that the reference and dependent. The reference table is going to be treated as a parent. The dependent table is going to be treated as a child. The reference table or parent table should have a primary key, and the child table or a dependent table should have a foreign key. That's what here you can understand. The check. Okay, that means the minimum salary should be okay. Minimum salary should be okay. 15,000 in the organization. Less than that, we cannot recruit any employee in the organization. Then how do you implement? Okay, this way you can implement a check constraint. Whenever you are going to enforce a constraint, you can give the name. If you don't give the name, the system is going to generate a name for that. System is going to generate a name for the constraint. Sys underscore CN. Sys underscore CN. Okay, that means system, okay, constraint, the followed by number. N stands for followed by number. Okay, create a constraint while creation of the table. That means you can enforce the constraint while creation of the table. After table has been created, using alter statement also you can do that. Okay, you can define a constraint at a column level or table level. Okay, what exactly this column level and table level? Okay, simple logic you just understand here. Please do remember, not null constraints or column level constraint, and composite primary key is a table level constraint. Only because of that reason, you have a table level constraint and column level constraint. Table level constraint and column level constraint. View the constraints in the data dictionary. You can always view this information in a data dictionary. You can see this here. The data dictionary means here. You can identify here. Just a moment. Probably you can note down this. Okay, just I'm going to use here exit. The one I'm going to exit here. Okay, where your constraints information is going to be get stored means user underscore constraints. The another one is user underscore cons underscore constraints underscore columns. Okay, user underscore cons underscore columns and user underscore constraint. In this areas, that means your constraint information is going to be get stored. Any table constraint you are going to enforce, so that means there you can find about in this particular okay data dictionary views. That is what he is talking about here. You can also note down and cross check here. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, the column level constraint syntax and table level. Okay, constraint, constraint name and constraint type. That means you are specifying column data type, width and everything you specified. Then you have a constraint, the constraint name and constraint type. When you talk about here, okay, after specifying all the columns, unless and until when you talk about composite primary key, okay, you cannot specify a column level constraint when you talk about composite. Already you have to define all the columns. You have to define first name, last name, mother maiden name, date of birth, you define. And finally, before closing the table, okay, you can specify the first name, last name, okay, constraint, constraint name, constraint type of the number of columns you can specify. The maximum you can have a 32 columns. Maximum you can have 32 columns you can have it. Okay. Here you can see the examples for the primary key column level and table level. You can work with this particular examples, table level and column level. Try to change the table name. Okay, you cannot have the duplicate names. Okay, and as well as you can also see the unique constraint. Okay, email, this is a table level constraint, unique constraint, you can see this here. Then you can see here the foreign key constraint. When you talk about a foreign key, if you specify a foreign key at the column level, no need to use the keyword foreign key. This is the table level constraint. The must and should you have to use the keyword foreign key. Okay, that's what here you can see this here. Foreign key define the column in the child table at a table level constraint. And the reference identify the columns in the parent table. That's what I told you. You can also cross check. There is something that you can see this on delete cascade, on delete set null. On delete cascade means actually whenever I am trying to delete the parent record, the corresponding child records also has to be get deleted. And the better way to understand in offer letter, did you read the offer letter? உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்ச ஆஃபர் லெட்டர் படிச்சீங்களா?
Yes, sir.
படிச்சீங்களா? என்ன போட்டிருக்கு அதுல? மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கேன் டேக் எனி டெசிஷன் அட் எனி பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்குமே எங்கேயோ ஒரு இடத்துல இருக்கா இல்லையா? செக் பண்ணல. கரெக்டா?
இருக்கு சார், பாத்துருக்கேன் சார்.
புரியல நீங்க சொல்றது.
படிச்சிருக்கோம் சார், பாத்துருக்கோம்.
அது அந்த பாயிண்ட் இருக்கா? மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கேன் டேக் எனி டெசிஷன் அட் எனி பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம். அந்த கான்செப்ட் தான் இது ஆன் டிலீட் கேஸ்கேட். They are decided to remove the organization. They have decided to remove the department means நீங்க வந்து அன்னைக்கே நீங்க வந்து வெளியே கம்பெனி விட்டு வெளியே போகணும். அதுதான் அதோட மீனிங். எப்ப பேரண்ட் ரெக்கார்ட் நார்மலா நான் சொன்னேன், பேரண்ட் ரெக்கார்ட் டிலீட் பண்ணணும்னா முதல்ல சைல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட் டிலீட் பண்ணும், அப்பதான் பேரண்ட் டிலீட் பண்ண முடியும். இப்ப பேரண்ட்டை டிலீட் பண்ணும்போது சைல்ட் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸும் டிலீட் ஆயிடணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது ஓகே நம்ம வந்து ஆன் டிலீட் கேஸ்கேட் போடணும். இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்னன்னா ஆன் டிலீட் செட்னல். ஆன் டிலீட் செட்னல் அப்படின்றது வந்து நார்மலா நம்ம வந்து எஸ்எட் டு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் தே டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு லூஸ் அஸ். அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் டிலீட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஆனா வந்து கொஞ்ச நாளைக்கு வந்து நீங்க எந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல இருக்க மாட்டீங்க. ஆனா வந்து யுவர் எம்ப்ளாய் ஆஃப் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஸ்லோவா வந்து வேற டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு மூவ் பண்ணுவாங்க. அது சில ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல நடக்கும், மற்ற இந்த மாதிரி கார்பரேட்ஸ் எல்லாம் நடக்காது, சில ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ்லாம் நடக்கும். அதுதான் வந்து ஆன் டிலீட் செட்னல். The check constraint, you can see this here. When you talk about check constraint, you can specify that the salary greater than 0. Okay, it should not be less than that. Okay, that's what we are using. You can see all the examples are available. Whenever you are going to enforce a constraint and you are trying to change the employees department ID 55, and you're going to get a message parent key not found. Department ID 55 irka department table la illa, adnala it is going to throw an error. Without parent record you cannot insert a child record, and without removing the child record you cannot remove the parent record. Adha department number 60 வந்து நம்ம delete பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். child records exist. உங்களுக்கு அந்த மெசேஜ் காட்டுவீங்க, that means a constraint violated, child record found. You can see that. Create table using subquery. Already நான் இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ண create table name as subquery. If you give a right condition, your complete table is going to be created. If you give a false condition, table structure will be created, but it won't select any data. Alter table, you can add a new column, you can modify existing column modify அப்படின்னா you can increase the width or decrease the width. Okay, define a default value for the new column. புதுசா நீங்க ஏதாவது column add பண்றீங்கன்னா அதுக்கு வந்து you can specify the default value. You can drop a column and you can rename a column. You can change the table to read only mode also. You can see the syntaxes: alter table, table name, add; alter table, table name, modify; alter table, table name, drop. You can say this here. Job ID, we are adding a new column. Last name, we are modifying last name. That means here you can see here we have a column is already added. Then we are modifying this. We are increasing the width of the last name. We are dropping a job ID. This is normally production systems, we are going to use it. In production systems, we use this particular concept. நீங்க ஒரு 5 வருஷமா வந்து ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. சில காலம்ஸ் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணவே இல்லை. நீங்களும் யூஸ் பண்ணல, உங்க ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல எல்லாருமே யூஸ் பண்ணல அந்த காலம். ஒரு மேனேஜர் சொல்றாரு வந்து நானும் 10 வருஷமா ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், இந்த காலம் யூஸ் பண்ணவே இல்லை அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காரு. அதை டிராப் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா ப்ரொடக்ஷன் என்விரான்மெண்ட்ல you can use this particular option: alter table, table name, set unused column. எப்ப நீங்க unused column அப்படின்னு சொல்றீங்களோ அன்னையில இருந்து you cannot make it use it back. திருப்பி யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணும்? திருப்பி அதே மாதிரி காலம் வேணும், அதே நேம், அதே டேட்டா டைப் பாசிபிள். நீங்க unused பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் இம்மிடியேட்டா ஆட் பண்ணணும். ஆனா வந்து மேக் ஷூர் தட் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் இல்லாத நேரத்துல வந்து திருப்பி யூ கேன் சே தட் ஆல்டர் டேபிள், டேபிள் நேம், டிராப் அன்யூஸ்டு காலம்ஸ். என்னென்ன காலம்ஸ் நீங்க அன்யூஸ்டா வச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அந்த காலம்ஸ். இதனால என்ன ஆகும்னா ப்ரொடக்ஷன் என்விரான்மெண்ட்ல பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் இஷ்யூஸ் எதுவுமே இருக்காது. அதனால இந்த ஆப்ஷன். அது இல்லாம ஒரு டெர்மினல் ஓபன் பண்ணி அதுல வந்து நீங்க ஆன்லைன் கீபோர்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஆல்டர் டேபிள், டேபிள் நேம், செட் அன்யூஸ்ட் காலம் நேம், ஆன்லைன் போட்டலாம். எப்போ டிரான்சாக்ஷன் இல்லையோ அப்போ வந்து இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் எக்ஸிக்யூட் ஆயிடும். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு, only for the production environment. Anytime that you can make a table as a read only, alter table, table name, read only. அப்போ you cannot do any insert, update, delete. Okay, again if you want to do insert, update, delete, you have to specify alter table, table name, read, write. Anytime that you want to remove the table, you can use a drop table, table name. So sometime back we have created a table, right? I'll say here, before going for this, you can say this. We have, these are the tables we have. How many rows it says here? 10 rows got selected. Now I'll say here, drop table, EMP. EMP has been dropped. Right? Now, again you say select star from tab. திருப்பி அதே 10 ரோ வந்து காட்டுதீங்க. ஒரு ரோ delete பண்ணோம்ல, it should not be. இங்க பாருங்க ஒரு பின் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் காட்டுது. இங்க ப்ரீவியஸா பின் கிடையாது. இப்போ டிராப் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் பின் வருது. என்னன்னா whenever you drop any table, it will go to recycle bin. Select star from recycle. You can say that this is the table that you have dropped. You just note down this flashback. The statement is not there in the presentation. Flashback table, table name, original table name you have to specify. Where do you find original table name? Here you can say this here. This is the temporary name. Bin is the temporary and this is the original. You can see this here. Object name, this is original name is EMP. Drop table, flashback table, table name to before drop. Again you say here, select star from tab. You can see this here. You are able to find EMP here back. That's what you can understand here, the flashback. You can remove the table and it's entirely with the a drop table with the purge. Okay, it will not, okay. When you use the shift delete, what will happen? It will not keep that particular file in a recycle bin. Same way, drop table, table name, purge, you can use it. Now you can check this here. Now you can see this here. You find only 9 rows. EMP has been dropped now permanently. To do which three of the following can use a constraint? Enforce rule on the data in a table whenever a row is inserted, updated, deleted. Prevent a dropping of table. Prevent a creation of table. Prevent a creation of data in a table. Which one is correct? Which one is wrong? Prevent the creation of a table. It's not possible with the constraints. Okay. I'll give a 45 minutes time and try to complete your table creations and constraints. And if you have any queries, then please let me know that. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
sir.
Yeah. Yes, Akash.
Sir, can you hear me?
Huh. You want to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
One
you can
minute.
share it.
Okay, 1 minute. Sir, is this right or something mistake in that?
Create table, employee ID, last name, okay, email, okay, salary, okay, commission. Okay, you just remove the space after hire date. Okay, after a date not null, you are right. Okay, then don't give this gap. Don't give the gap. You're getting my point.
Is that right, sir?
La hire date end வாங்க hire date end.
Okay, one second.
Okay, enter அடிங்க, delete அடிங்க. இந்த லைன் மேல வரணும். constraint name வந்து மேல வரணும்.
Okay.
இந்த கேப் வந்திருக்குல்ல, அந்த கேப் எடுத்துருங்க.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
1 minute. Is can I execute it?
புரியல.
Execute பண்ணலாமா சார் இப்போ?
அது காப்பி பண்ணி அந்த akash1.sql போடுங்க. காப்பி பண்ணி.
Okay, sir.
வாய்ஸ் வந்து கிளியரா இல்ல பிரசாந்த். ஆகாஷ்.
Yes, sir. ட்ரை பண்ணி பார்க்கறேன் சார். ஏதோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Well.
சார் எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ணா இந்த எரர் வருது சார்.
நேம் ஆல்ரெடி எக்ஸிஸ்டட். நீங்க திருப்பி அதே நேம் கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க. employees1 அப்படின்னு போடுங்க.
ஓகே சார்.
கீழே உங்களுக்கு கிளியரா காட்டும். நேம் இஸ் ஆல்ரெடி யூஸ்டு பை an existing object அப்படின்னு வருதுல்ல.
அதான் சரி, எனக்கு எந்த நேம்னு தெரியல.
எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் கிரியேட் டேபிள் எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் employees1 அப்படின்னு போடுங்க.
ஓகே சார். நேம் employees1.
போங்க கர்சர் எடுத்துக்கிட்டு போங்க அங்க.
இல்ல சார் 2 கொடுத்து பார்க்கணும்.
ஓகே 1 2 ஏதாவது கொடுங்க.
சேம் சேம் எரர் சார்.
நீங்க சேஞ்ச் பண்ணதே தெரியலையா இங்க எனக்கு?
நான் பண்ணிட்டேன் சார் 2ன்னு போட்டிருக்கேன். இல்ல இது ஸ்டக் ஆயிருக்கு சார். இங்க இந்த ஸ்க்ரீன்ல ஸ்டக் ஆயிருக்கு. நான் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிட்டேன். எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் 2ன்னு போட்டிருக்கேன்.
ஓகே
சேம் இஷ்யூஸ்
கிரியேட் டேபிள் எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் 2 அண்ட் போட்ட உடனே உங்களுக்கு கிரியேட் ஆயிடும். ஓகே அப்போ நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கன்னா இஎம்பி அண்டர் ஸ்கோர் இமெயில் 1 அப்படின்னு போடுங்க. கன்ஸ்ட்ரைன்ட் நேமும் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே சார். டேபிள் நேம் என்ன?
ஓ என்னப்பா
டேபிள் நேம் அதேவா சார்?
டேபிள் நேம் அதே இருக்கட்டும், எம்ப்ளாயிஸ் 2 இருக்கட்டும்.
ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே கன்ஸ்ட்ரைன்ட் நேம் வந்து இஎம்பி அண்டர் ஸ்கோர் இமெயில் 2 அப்படின்னு போடுங்க. இமெயில் 1 2 அந்த மாதிரி மாத்துங்க. கிரியேட் ஆயிடுச்சா?
எஸ் சார். வந்துருச்சு சார்.
ஓகே ஓகே
ஓகே தேங்க்யூ
பை
சார்.
பை பை. Yes, Jayprada, is it clear or still you have that particular doubt? I didn't check the chat. Just now I checked it. Can you share your screen? Where you are getting problem? Take the cursor to that place.
Sir,
You can take the cursor to that place. Error, where you find error? That is a name null. Actually, that is a question mark, whether you have a null or not null.
okay, that is not problem.
No, that's not a problem.
Okay, sir. Sir, here it is not displaying the output here.
Hmm.
It is showing some error. I don't know
No,
what.
definitely it is going to give a column not allowed here. Okay, I think when you describe my employees, what are the column that you have? ID, first name, last name, then user ID, salary. You have 5 columns, and you
Yeah.
have to put this names, okay, in single quotes. Character
Okay.
value should be in a single quotes.
Okay,
Correct.
sir.
First name,
Okay.
last name, even user ID should be in single quotes. Try to
Okay.
specify single quotes in a single quotes. No. In the insert
Here.
statement,
Okay, sir.
the value should be in single quotes.
Okay, sir.
Specify it. No, first value, then second value, then third value also. Okay, execute. Yeah,
Okay,
one row
sir.
inserted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other queries?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir. Sir, this is Akash, sir. Hello.
Yeah, you can have a break. Yes, Akash.
Sir, one small doubt, sir.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, in this, there is a comma missing in that.
புரியலப்போ.
Comma, இங்கோ miss ஆகுது.
Employee ID, last name, email, salary, commission underscore PCD. Okay, values. Okay.
Missing
to date of okay, நீங்க வந்து இங்க காமா போட்டு இங்க இன்னொரு bracket க்ளோஸ் பண்ணும். bracket க்ளோஸ் பண்ணல நீங்க. ஓகே, காமா போட்டு Feb 3, 2003 போட்டிருக்கீங்களா? அதுக்கப்புறம் காமா போட்டு ஓகே MON ஸ்பேஸ் DD காமா ஓகே 4 வைஸ் போடணும். அப்பதான் வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒர்க் ஆகும் இது.
ஓகே ஓகே சார்.
என்ன டேட் ஃபார்மேட் வந்து யூஸ் பண்றீங்க?
மந்த் சார்.
MON DD 03 வரணும் ஆக்சுவலா. MON DD காமா இங்கே 4 வைஸ் போடணும். யா 4 வைஸ் போடணும்.
ஓகே ஓகே சார்.
ஓகேவா? அப்போ ஒர்க் ஆகும்.
சார் பிராக்கெட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் வரணுமா, பிராக்கெட் குள்ளே வரணுமா சார்? 2003
பிராக்கெட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் இன்னொரு பிராக்கெட் வரணும்ல. இதுக்கு டூ டேட்டுக்கு மட்டும் பிராக்கெட் போட்டிருக்கீங்க. ஆக்சுவலா இங்க 114 வருது இல்ல, ஸ்டார்டிங் வேல்யூஸ் 114 வேல்யூஸ் பிராக்கெட் 114 போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அது எங்க க்ளோஸ் பண்ணீங்க?
இப்பதான் சார் க்ளோஸ் பண்றோம். ஓகே சார்.
கரெக்ட்டா?
கரெக்ட்.
ஓகே, அதுவும் செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
ஓகே சார். Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You can have a break. All right, now can we go for the next topic? Or you want some more time for practice? Can you hear me?
We can go for the next topic.
Okay, good. Now we have done with the SQL part. Now we'll go for PLSQL. When you have SQL, why we have to go for a PLSQL? When you have SQL, why we have to go for PLSQL? Anyone? Anyone can answer about this? When we have SQL, why we go for PLSQL? Or why we have to go for a PLSQL?
Execute a blocks of code at once time.
Okay, good. Right, any other? Anyone, any other? That you know why you go for PLSQL?
Using conditions like if statements.
Pardon? Bit loud. Be
Using
confident and bit loud. Yes, yes, Kumaran.
Using conditions like if statements, something.
Okay, good. That means it supports a conditional control statements and loops. That's what you meant to say.
Yes, sir.
Kumaran?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Okay. Any other?
And reduce the congestion problem.
Okay, any other?
No idea.
Okay. When we talk about SQL, it is a non-procedural language. Okay, for that reason only we are going for PLSQL. PLSQL stands for Procedural Language Extension of SQL. Name itself you can understand. Procedural Language Extension of SQL. What are the benefits that we are going to have? Whatever Soumya or Jayprada told me, like no one point. Okay, you can execute a block of code. The one more point that has been said by Kumaran. Okay, that means it support conditional control statement, because SQL is never support any conditional control statements and loops. For that reason only we are going for PLSQL, as simple as. But don't think that one important point that you have to remember. Whenever, okay, I said something here. Okay, PLSQL, when you say this PLSQL, okay, it is not same like your C program or Java program. Okay, that means it's very clearly specified that okay, it is going to support your SQL statements only. In between conditional control statements and loops, you can use your SQL statement. That means in a PLSQL part, you can also use, that means conditional control statements and loops, you can use your SQL statements. That's what we say that PLSQL means conditional control statements and SQL statement in a simple way to understand. You can execute a bunch of statement at a one stretch. Bunch of statements you can execute at one stretch. Okay, here you can see this here. What are the topic that we are going to discuss here? Okay, here you can see this here. Identify the programming extensions that PLSQL provide to SQL. Write a PLSQL code interface with the database, design PLSQL anonymous block, execute efficiently, use PLSQL program constructs and conditional control statement, handle runtime errors, and describe stored procedures and functions. Okay, this is what you can see this here. The schema that we are going to use, the same HR schema only we are going to use it. Okay, here we are going to use the same HR ID. And here you can see this here, Oracle related products and all, everything that we have discussed in the previous lesson only. Okay, available PLSQL development environment, SQL Star Plus and SQL Developer, the same environment that we have used for so far, in the same environment that you can use it. The additional documents are very important here. You just make a note of it. And the database SQL language reference is the very important. Oracle database PLSQL packages and type references. Oracle database PLSQL language references. These three documents that you have to download from docs.oracle.com. If you are going to work with Oracle database, you need to have these three documents. Oracle SQL language references, Oracle database PLSQL language references, Oracle database PLSQL packages and type references. These three documents are very, very important. Okay, whether you download or not, I shared the link also. That's up to you. Okay. Okay, tomorrow, okay, you cannot blame me actually, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm sharing even all the Oracle related information also with you. The choice is yours and you can decide yourself whether which one is a good. Okay, now. Sorry, that's like, no, this is what we have. And here I'll open a next one. Right. Here you can see this here, introduction to PLSQL. Explain the need for a PLSQL, explain the benefits of PLSQL, identify the different types of PLSQL block and output message in a PLSQL. Understanding benefits and structures of PLSQL, you can see this. Performs one operation at a time on the database. Okay, whenever you are going to execute SQL statement, can you execute multiple statements in one stretch? No, it's not possible, right? Update statement you are using. Okay, how many update statements you can use at a time? Only one. Okay, lacks of capability of logical grouping multiple database operation. That means using if then else condition, you will not be able to write any kind of things in a, okay, using SQL. That's what the limitations. Why PLSQL? Enables modularization in the application. Okay, if you know PLSQL, the complete project that you can develop only with the PLSQL, that's possible. The entire application. I don't know how many of you gone to Okay. Railway reservation counter. Anytime you went to railway reservation counter? Anyone? I'm asking general question. For this also you're taking so much of time.
Sir.
நான் சொல்றது புரியலையா? என்னன்னு தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. நீங்க வேணா சொல்லிக்கலாம்ல, உங்க மேனேஜர் கிட்ட சொல்லுங்க, எங்களுக்கு VTLRO வேணாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிடுங்க. எதுக்கு நீங்க ஏன் இப்ப கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க, இவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க? நான் ஏதாவது கேட்டா பதிலே இல்ல. Anytime you have been to railway reservation counter, Indian Railway reservation counter, Solomon says no, he never visited. What about others?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, you're all having IRCTC, right? That's what you are saying. You mean to say that if you want to book a ticket, that means you can open IRCTC and you can book it. You just go to anytime if you get a chance, you just try to go to, okay, Indian Railway reservation counter. Okay, not for ticket booking. You just check that, okay, what kind of machines they are using. Those are all called dumb terminals. You don't find a CPU for that. Okay, there's a process will be there, the process dabba will be there, and the monitor will be there. Okay, whatever the instruction they are going to give, that will goes to the server directly, that will hit the server. Okay, this is what you can find. And in that particular one, they used the software Oracle database, and everything is been written in PlSql only. It's a command mode. It's not a GUI. You can also cross check. That means you just imagine long back they introduced this Oracle database to India. That means 88, 89 I'm talking about. And early 90s. Okay, I can say that's 1991. In that particular time, they introduced this Oracle database to India. Okay, before that only it was there in US, of course, that's a different thing. That time we are implemented. Okay, that means Indian Railway is implemented. That time we don't have any Windows operating system. There is no Windows concept at all. There is no mouse concept at all. That time only they have implemented this. You just imagine. Okay, 30% of world market is been occupied by your PlSql. That means your Oracle database. The PlSql only they write the complete application. Now also you can see the lot of application, they require a lot of PlSql developers. Daily I'm finding 10 to 15 requirements for the PlSql developer. That is what the importance of PlSql. Long back they have written the code, still they are using the same code in some applications. Some application they modified, because when they are created in 80s, that time they have hundreds of records. Now they have lakhs of records. Okay, you can imagine. Okay, that's a problem that we have to understand here. Okay, that means here what I mean to say here is, for this particular point, you can develop complete a PlSql application using your the PlSql. That is what here enable modularization in the application, the complete application that you can design it. Provides a better security. Okay, because here Oracle itself is going to provide a security. If you are a valid user, then only you can log into the database. Right? If you are not a valid user, you cannot. And you are creating any program, that you can only use it. No one else cannot use that particular. No, you can only use it. That's also one more security. Enables maintainability. That means anytime that you want to modify your code, that means it will be there in the database only as an object. Whenever you want to modify, you can modify. It provides exception handling. That means exception handling means anytime you get any error, that can be handled with your program. Through program itself, you can handle the exception errors also. Okay, why PlSql? Now you can see this here. we have a user login, username and password. Once you enter a username and password, okay, the PLSQL code is going to check the enter username is correct and password is correct. Then only your login successful message you can write it. Okay, this is all code that you can write with your PLSQL code. About PLSQL, you can see this here. PLSQL stands for Procedural Language Extension of SQL. Okay, that means you are going to use only SQL. In that, you are going to specify procedural statements and as well as conditional control statement. That means if then else statements and loops. Integrated procedural constructs of the SQL. That means you can see this here. You find here SQL statements along with your if then else statements and loops. Provides a procedural construct such as variables, constants, and data types. Control structures like loops and conditional statements. And block structure for executable unit of code. That means it's going to be look like a block structure, block of code. That means that's what Soumya or Jay brother told me some time back. That means a block of code that you can execute, right? That you can find. That means a PLSQL, when you're going to have that is going to be treated as a block. PLSQL block only we call it as. Enable writing reusable program in it. Okay, that means again and again you can use the same program once it is created. Okay, here you can see this here. You have a integration of procedural construct with the SQL. The benefits you can see this. Okay, that means conditional control statements, loops you can use your SQL statements. Improved performance. For example, in your organization, 50,000 employees are there. In your organization, 50,000 employees are there. Now, it's appraisal time. When it comes to April and May, it's appraisal time. We have to give the appraisal based on their performance. We have to give the appraisal. When we talk about this appraisal, what is it? Based on their designation and performance, we should give the appraisal to them. That means the percentage that we have to increase, salary percentage. In that particular scenario, how many update statements you have to write if there is no PLSQL? If there is no PLSQL, how many update statements you have to write? 50,000 employees are there in the organization. You just imagine the n number of update statement based on the designation and based on the performance. You have a performance grades are 5 and designations are 15, for example, or 25 designations and 5 grades you have. Okay, now you can understand, based on this you can understand that how many update statement that you have to write. Instead of that, what you can do is you can put a condition: if so and so designation and so and so performance, the salary should be updated so and so. Like this you can specify. Probably for writing PLSQL program you may take the time, but when you are going to execute, the 50,000 employee salaries are going to be get updated within a minute. Okay, I don't say seconds. Okay, within a minute it can execute it. The 50,000 employee salaries are going to be get updated. Okay, the model-based program development, the complete project that you can develop with your PLSQL program. That is a beautiful concept actually. Okay, and integration with the Oracle tools. Most of the Oracle tools, if you are going to use any Oracle tool, SQL developer, SQL developer, J developer, SQL plus, if you are going to work with Oracle ADF, OAF, any kind of a frameworks that you are using also, there also you can use your PLSQL. Okay, and portability. You write a program, PLSQL program in Windows, without any changes that you can execute in Linux or Unix. You write a program in Unix environment without any changes that you can execute in Windows environment. That's what the portability. Exception handling. The exception handling, when you talk about here, any error comes that you can handle with the error handling section. With the error handling section, you can do that. That is possible. Okay. And yeah, there is a support for Oracle, that means object oriented programming. It's also support, okay, what do you call object oriented programming. Here you can see this here, how your PLSQL program is going to be get executed in a database. When you talk about this PLSQL program, okay, when you submit your PLSQL program, the entire PLSQL program goes to, okay, the PLSQL, okay, or that means engine. It goes to okay, entire PLSQL program goes to, okay, PLSQL engine. PLSQL engine, what it is going to do is, it is going to identify all the, okay, procedural constructor. That means if then else statements and loops and everything is going to be identified, variable constants and everything is going to be identified. Here it is going to allocate the space for it. Here it is going to allocate space for it. When it is going to allocate space, and and here it is this, and based on the process statement executor, okay, based on the process statement executor, okay, your SQL statements are going to send to SQL statement executor, and it's going to get executed, and the output will send to the process statement executor. Again, process statement executor, what it is going to do is, whatever the values that is getting from the SQL statement executor, those values are going to be accommodated in the variables, and whatever the steps, additional step it's supposed to do, any multiplication, any kind of calculations, or any kind of a arithmetic operation it's supposed to do, that it is going to perform, and finally the output will send to the PLSQL, that means user. This is what is going to do that. Okay. Now, here you can see this here. This is what the PLSQL runtime architecture. Whenever you are going to submit any PLSQL program, this is what it is going to do that. You can also see this, both are from the database only. Both are going to be logical structures. Yellow color and the light pink color, that you can see the light yellow, light pink, lemon yellow, I can say that. In a lemon yellow, you can see that that is a logical structure. And okay, this one is going to be Oracle database. That means this SQL statement executor will be there in the Oracle database. Okay, PLSQL block structure that you can see here. Okay, the declare is optional. If you want to declare any variables, constants, okay, cursors and exceptions and types, okay, then you can use the declare option. If you are not going to declare anything, okay, if you are not declaring any variables or anything, then it's not required to use the declare part. That's what we call it. So declare is an option. Begin and end are mandatory. Okay, if you want to write some code, you have to start with the begin, and you can close with the end statement. Even exception is also, okay, optional. Okay, that means you want to handle, any errors, then you can use the exception block. Otherwise, it's not required, that one also. Okay, this is what your PLSQL block looks. Okay, there are two types of PLSQL blocks you can find out. One is anonymous PLSQL block. Another one is a named PLSQL block. Anonymous means unnamed. Named means subprograms. Okay. Anonymous PLSQL block only majorly we focus in this particular class. And named PLSQL block that we are going to discuss about procedure and function, not trigger. Okay, procedure and function is a subprogram. Okay, we'll see that how you are going to write a small PLSQL program and how you are going to execute that. You can also check that one. You are able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. PLSQL is not having capability of accepting values from the user. Okay, here you can see this here. I'm declaring two variables. A, the number, B is a varchar2 of 30. Then I'm saying begin. Okay, here I'm using substitution variable. Okay, whenever I'm going to execute PLSQL block, it should ask me to enter a value. Once I enter a value, it should display the last name. Okay, select last name. I'm saying here, select last name. Okay, from employees where employee ID equal to A. And here, whenever you specify select statement inside, okay, begin and end, between begin and end, make sure that how many columns you are selecting. Okay, for this one, you have to use into and the variable. Okay, how many columns you are selected? Last name and into classes mandatory. B from employees where employee ID equal to so and so. Then you try to execute this program. Most of your statement should be terminated inside PLSQL program. Now it is asking for number. I'll say here 123. Okay. If there's some problem here, you can check this. Put underscore line, sorry. You can see this here. PLSQL process successfully completed. But how to see the output of this? How to see the output of this? In this particular scenario, the output, you can use the two options. Okay, here, which one is the output command? dbms underscore output. Actually, this is the package. dbms underscore output is the package. In that, put underscore line is the procedure. This is the one. It is going to help us to display any information on a screen. Now, what I'll do here is, whenever you are using this dbms underscore dbm output dot put underscore line, what database is going to do is, whatever output it is getting, that is going to keep it in a buffer. The buffer information you want to display it on a screen, you have to specify set server output on. Set server output on, you have to specify. Okay, once you have to execute separately. Don't execute along with your program. Now I am going to execute my program. You can see this here. Employee name is Wallman. Okay, this way you can write. Okay, here you can also check this. Okay, here this is where you have to use it if you want to execute your PLSQL program. The script runner. Okay, generating output, that means set server output on. You can see this. Enable the output in SQL developer, execute the following command. Then only you can see this. Okay, when you say it's a user defined package and its procedure in the anonymous PLSQL block, and it is going to display the output on a screen. Okay, weaving output that you can say this here. You just say that like no FI, you can specify that. The PLSQL block must consist of the following three sections. A declare section which begins with the keyword declare and ends with the begin. And so the executable section start. Executable means begin and end is the executable section. An executable section which begins with the begin keyword and keyword begin and ends with the end. An exception handling section which begins with the keyword exception and is nested within the executable section. Is it true or false?
True.
True. Actually, it's a true, but the question he asked in a such a way that must consist. It's not must. Okay, declare and exception are optional. If you want, you can use declare and exception optional. If you want, you can use it's not required. That's what you can say. The PLSQL block must consist of the following three sections. No. Okay, begin and end is mandatory. Okay, here I have to share this particular material, right? Just a moment. I'm going to share this. Last mail I sent from which mail ID?
VTL Lingeshwar Rao.
PT Lingeshwar Rao only, right?
Yeah, sir.
Anyone can type your email ID in the chat, which you have shared with me. Anyone can type email ID, which you have shared with me earlier. Your mail ID, I'm asking. Okay. Okay, I got it. It's a raw VT Lingeshwara, not VT Lingeshwara. You can check your mail.
Got it, sir.
What? என்னமா சொல்றீங்க?
Document receive ஆயிருக்கு sir.
ஜிப் ஃபைல் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கேன். PPTs.
Yes sir, received.
Okay. Right, I send one more document. You can check that. That is an activity guide.
Yeah, okay.
People who are not received, you can ask your friend to share it. Earlier, you have shared the email IDs with the same email IDs. I shared the document. Once you are completed, please let me know that. 4:15, I'll give a time up to. Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Right. Completed.
Yes, sir.
All right. Right. We'll discuss this chapter, then I will close it. Okay. Declaring PLSQL variables. Okay, the different types of variables. Okay, and okay, here you can see this here. The different types of variables and everything. Recognize valid and invalid identifier. The variable name, okay, that means you specify the variable name, we call it an identifier. Okay. List the use of variables and declare and initialize variables and list the different, describe various data types, identify the benefits of using percentage type attribute, declare and use a print bind variable. Variable. Generally, variables are going to be used for the temporary store of information or labeled storage location or used to store and process data in a PLSQL block. Can hold different types of data, right? You should declare variable before using them in PLSQL block. The previous program, you see that I used the A number and B varchar 2. Okay, I use like, no, I declare two, one is a number, one is a character. Like this, you can use a different. Okay. And here you can see this here, V underscore salary number we are saying here. And we underscore select salary into V underscore salary from employees where employed equal to 100 we are saying. The salary, that value we are storing here, you can see this here. Okay, the salary which you are getting from the database where employed is 100, that value we are storing it here. Okay, this one we have to understand here. Okay, the variable name. Whenever you are going to declare the variables, that means you should have something called, must start with the letter first line. And the same thing, whatever we have discussed, can include letters and numbers, can include $_ and maximum you can have a 30 characters, must not include a reserved words, but you can have a duplicate names provided they are in a multiple blocks. The duplicates names கொடுக்கலாம், but ஆனா வந்து multiple blocks use பண்ணும்போது தான் கொடுக்கணும். Okay, using variable declare, you can declare, and if you want to initialize, you can initialize it in the declaration part itself. Used to assign a new values in the executable. If you initialize in the declaration part, you can assign a new value in the executable part. What is the executable part in PLSQL program? Anyone can answer this?
The begin section.
Between begin and end is called executable. Between begin and end, Kumaran.
Okay. Okay.
Right, that is an executable part. You can assign a new value in the executable. Okay, when it comes to subprograms, we use the concept of parameter. We don't use the concept of variables there. Okay, we use the concept of parameters only. Okay, that particular part when you are going to discuss, okay, the parameter concept, we'll see that. Okay, now you can see this here, how you are going to declare variable and how you are going to initialize it. Identifier, if you want to make a constant, you can use the constant keyword, you have to use it. Then data type, if you want to specify a constraint called not null, you can specify, and colon equal to or default, either way you can use it. Colon or colon equal to is an assignment operator. Colon equal to, we call it a assignment operator. We are assigning a value to that particular variable. Okay, here you can see this here. V underscore hire date, V underscore location varchar 13 Atlanta. That means it's a character. That's what we are putting them in a single quotes. And V underscore department number 2 not null colon equal to, and V underscore commission constant number, okay, the colon 1400. Everything you can see this here. We have initialized 3 variables. One we have not initialized. The date is not initialized. The rest are all initialized. And throughout the program, what is the difference between not null and constant? Okay, here, probably you can understand with this example. Now we can see this here. There's a small program. Okay, numeric or value error, line 6, you can see this here. What is the problem? You can also try this program in SQL Developer. It is going to give a clear picture where exactly you have an error. That's what you can understand here. You can select this program and now you can execute here. Okay, here you can see this. Here you get the more information actually. The PLSQL numeric or value, PLSQL numeric value, an arithmetic numeric string conversion or constraint error occurred. For example, this occurs if the attempt of is made to, right, assign a null value to a variable declared. Okay, when you are going to perform this, A, what is the A value? What is the A value?
10.
10, right? Okay, what is the B value?
It is not assigned.
We have not assigned, right? Okay, if you don't assign, okay, automatically it is going to be a null. The B value is null. Okay, the value plus null, what will happen?
Error.
Error. Why error? Value plus null, it returns only null.
Yes.
That is what you have to tell me, Gerard. Okay. Now what will happen? Now you specified here not null. Okay, you use the constraint not null. Okay, it should not be null. You can have any value. That's what we have specified, 0. Okay, that means in the C variable you have initially 0. If I say here, again, I'll put one more value here. Now you can check this here. I'm not changed any other code, right? I use the B value. Now, if I'm going to execute this, you can see this here. You are able to get 20. Okay, that means here, when you're using here, okay, null, when you don't initialize any variable, in the declaration part, by default, it is going to be a null. Okay, you are assigning this particular value to a not null constraint, that because of that reason you are getting a error. Is it clear? You
Yes.
can also cross check this one. Okay. Okay, that means that throughout the program, that means the variable should hold some value. You can not null. Okay, that means when you talk about not null, throughout the program, it should hold some value. Okay, when you talk about a constant, throughout the program, this value is going to be 1400. You cannot change that value. That is what the importance of the constant. Handling variables of different types that you can see here. The same example that you can also check here. V underscore my name. Okay, you can see this here. If you are going to execute, it is going to display null. V underscore my name John, it is going to display the John here. You want me to show these examples also? I can show this.
One time show the example.
Good?
Show the example.
Not clear, Madan.
The examples மட்டும்
உங்க வாய்ஸ் பிரேக் ஆகுது. மெசேஜ் வேணா அனுப்புங்க. அனுப்பிச்சிட்டிங்களா மெசேஜ்? Saying something, can you, anyone here? You can see this here. If I'm going to execute this program, select the whole program and execute. And now you can see here, the one you find here, okay, null. Another one is a John. You can see this here. Okay, that means if you don't initialize the variable in the declaration part, it is going to be, okay, it's going to be null. Okay, that's what here. Okay, you can check this particular program. Okay, is it clear, Madan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can also check one more program. Now you can see this here. In the program you are initializing a variable John அப்படின்னு போட்டுருக்கீங்க. And the internal execution partல Steven போட்டுருக்கீங்க. என்ன டிஸ்ப்ளே ஆகும்? இப்போ நம்ம டிஸ்ப்ளே பண்ணா okay, John டிஸ்ப்ளே ஆகுமா Steven டிஸ்ப்ளே ஆகுமா? Anyone? Steven தான் டிஸ்ப்ளே ஆகும். கரெக்ட். Steven, because initial John போட்டுருக்கீங்க, ஆனா executable partல Steven போட்டுருக்கீங்க, அதனால Steven display ஆகும். You can also assign more than one value in a program. You can also check one more program. I've shaved it and I'm going to show that example here. You can see this here. V underscore event. That means V underscore event quote operator Father's Day I'm using. Third Sunday in June is the Father's Day. Immediately I'm saying again quote operator Mother's Day. Okay, the second Sunday in May is okay, Mother's Day. You can see this. This is way you can always assign multiple values and you can print it. If you assign a value, then you have to print it. Then you can assign a new value. Without printing it, you assign a new value. The latest value only you can find it. That's what the meaning of this one. That's what you can check here. Okay, did you use how many variables you are using? Single variable, but how many outputs you are getting? More than one. You can say this here. You are printing this Father's Day, then you are printing Mother's Day. Okay, you can get that. Like this, you can do that. You can assign a value, you can print it. You can assign a value, then print it. Okay. Right. That is it clear? Now we'll go for the slide so you can see this here. Initializing variable through a select statement. Whenever you write a select statement inside a PLSQL program, the must and should you have to write. Okay, select how many columns you are selected, those many variables you have to declare, and you have to match using into class into column 1 equal to variable 1, column 2 variable 2, column 3, like where condition table name. The where condition is mandatory, and where condition always should retrieve a single value. If it is going to retrieve more than one value, it is going to throw an error. That's also you have to remember. When you will see some more examples in the later session, and tomorrow or day after tomorrow, okay, we'll understand that. Now you can see here the one more thing that you can identify here. Okay, there are different types of variable that you can find out here. Okay, the scalar variable and the reference variable and large object, the composite, non-PLSQL variable and bind variable. When you are using any data type by default, okay, so far whatever we have declared, those are all will comes under the scalar data types. Scalar data types can hold a single value. It cannot hold multiple values. That's a one important thing that we have to understand here. Scalar variables hold a single value. That's what the where I told you sometime back. The where class also should retrieve a single value. All right. And get the reference variable. Okay, the ref cursor you have that you can use it. The large object morning, that means sometime back we have discussed about the data type. There we have seen CLOB, BLOB, NCLOB, and B file. Okay, those data types you can declare. Then composite data type. Scalar means single, composite means multiple. Okay, scalar can hold a single value, composite means it can hold multiple values. That's what you can understand here. Okay, there is a one data type that you have here is bind variable. In SQL Star Plus, you can use it. Here you can see this here, declaring variables, how you are going to declare it. You can also specify here v underscore emp underscore job varchar to 9. We are not initialized here. V underscore count underscore loop, that means a binary integer 0. V underscore dbd total sal 9 comma 2 0. And v underscore order date is date plus 7 we are specifying. And c underscore tax rate, the constant number 8.25. And v underscore valid boolean not null true. Okay, that means you can see this here binary integer and you find a boolean. These data types you can find in the scalar data type. Okay, guidelines for declaring a declaring and initializing PLSQL variable. Follow the naming consistent naming convention. For example, if I'm using employees table, in employees table, I have employee ID, last name, first name, job ID, salary, department ID, commission underscore PCD like this. Okay, I want to use a specific variable for employee ID. V underscore employee ID, you can use it, something like this. That's why you can identify this variable I'm using for the employee ID. You can have a clarity. Use meaningful. That's what is the meaningful you can specify. Initialize a variable that are designate not null or and constant. Either you can specify not null or constant. Constant means throughout the variable, throughout the value, the variable value is going to be constant. You cannot change it. Whereas not null, throughout the program, the value should hold some value. That means the variable should hold some value. Initialize a variable with the assignment operator. Yeah, you can say this assignment colon equal to is called assignment operator or the default keyword. Okay, both are going to give the same. You can say this here. Okay, declare on the identifier per line for a better readability and code maintenance. Better readability and code maintenance. You can say this here. Okay. Whenever you are going to write a PLSql program, in that program you are using any table, that table columns you cannot use directly. Employee ID number, select employee ID into employee ID from employees where last name equal to Koshar. You can see this. Here employee ID, it is not able to identify which one is the column, which one is the variable. That's what it's going to throw an error. Don't use the column name. Here you can see this here, naming convention for the PLSql structure used in this course. That's what I told you also last time also. When you go to project, what are the standards that they are using in that particular project? Try to identify that. In this course, these are the things we are using. Okay, you can say this variable. Okay, v underscore variable name. Example v underscore rate. Constant means C. Parameter means P. Bind means by B. Cursor means CUR. Record means REC. Type means type. That means you can find out. The exception means E. Okay, the file handling is going to be file F. Okay, this is what he used the standards. Okay, that's you up to you. The number data types for the string you can see this char, nchar, and varchar, varchar2, clob, and nclob. These are all will comes under the character data types. Okay, 32,767 the maximum that you can use for the character data type here. Char, varchar, and everything. 32,000, okay, 767 you can use for the char, nchar, varchar, and varchar. The clob and nclob again it is going to be the 4 GB of information. 4 GB you can have it here. But the first 4, the character data types, so that means it is going to be what 32,000. That's a max size of a Oracle database char data type. You can also use the table column, but by default it will not give it. Administrator has to increase this. Okay, you can note on this. Next one that you can see here. This is what I already gave you here. Okay, you can see this here, delimiting strings in the literal. Okay, the number data types for the numeric values. Okay, number, PLSql integer, simple integer, binary float, binary double, and boolean. Boolean is going to give a true or false or null, whereas number, just number. Wherever you are able to use a number, there you can use this particular one. Actually, binary integer and PLSql integer and simple integer. Okay, binary integer is a library arithmetic, whereas PLSql integer is a mission arithmetic. When you talk about mission and library, the mission will be faster than the library. Library order mission on the faster. Adoda fast on the simple integer. PLSql integer order fast on the PLSql integer order compare panna simple integer. It is 30% faster than your PLSql integer. Okay, nowadays we have a huge amount of data and we want to handle, then you can go for simple integer. Okay, if you have a limited number of data, that means you can go for PLSql. You are not sure about the data, we have a very less information, then use a binary integer. Binary float and binary double. In a C program, you have a float and double, the same concept that you can use here, float and double also. Okay, this is what you can talk about the, okay, there's a number data types. And when it comes to date data type, date with the timestamp, timestamp with the time zone, timestamp with the local time zone, interval year to month, and interval day to second. These are the data types that you can use for the date. Even data type conversions also you can see this. In PLSQL also it is going to take care of the implicit conversion and as well as explicit conversion. Implicit conversions, we know that. Explicit conversion, we have a conversion function like a toChar, toDate, toNumber, and to_ timestamp. You can also use for the timestamp. You can see this here. If you are going to specify, sometime back, I think someone is specified, I think, I don't remember his name. When you specify like this here, you're not using the default date format. I think Akash, right? Okay, you can see this here. To_date, February 02, okay, 2000. Month, space DD, comma, 4 ways. This is what the format that you have to specify. This is the conversion that we can talk about here. Okay, here, with the help, with the help of example, we'll try to understand here. Okay, I'm declared two variables. I'm going to select two columns also. The last name and job ID I'm selecting. Okay, into, I'll say here, or you can also use instead of this, I'm saying ENO, and I'll say here the last underscore N instead of this. Here I'll put here job. I'm not using a same names. Into, here I'm going to select last N, and here I'm going to put a job from plus where employee ID equal to ENO. Now I'm going to specify here dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. Yeah, I'm saying here B, sorry, last underscore N, and I'm using here concatenation and the space, and I'll say here job. I'm printing both. And I'm saying here. Okay, now you can see here, if I'm going to execute this program, it'll ask me to enter a employee number. I'm saying here 123. What happened? Oh, sorry. Begin, I didn't specify begin. Excuse me. Now you can see this here. We are able to find the output. Now I'm executing one more time. I'll say here 126. When I say 126, it is throwing error. PLSQL numeric or an arithmetic numeric string conversion contain error. That means this is an attempt to make null. Okay, something or the change data, how it is manipulated. Okay, already we got one value. Now it is throwing an error. How to identify? The one thing what you can do is here, numeric or value error mean the possibilities that you have to check. You can go to your table, employees, you just describe it. What is the size of last name, the data type and size? Width only you have to check. The last name, how much you have? 25. What is the width that you have specified here? 20 only. And the job ID. Okay, what is the job ID width here? 10. But how much you have specified? 7 only. Now what you can do here is, okay, In future also somebody is going to increase or decrease the space. It is going to give a problem. Instead of this, I'm going to specify here employees dot a last name percentage type. Okay, this if I'm going to specify this one, what will happen here is in future, if I'm going to somebody is going to, oh sorry. In future, somebody is going to change the date, increase the width or change the data type also. I don't find any problem. Employees dot job underscore ID, the percentage type. Now you can check this here. I'll say here 126. Now you can see this here. Miscellaneous ST clerk, you are able to find how many characters that you have here? 8. Previously it was 7. Now you are able to get it. This way you can use your excuse me, your the percentage type attribute. You can see this one. Okay, that means used to declare a variable according to database column definition. Database column வந்து எப்படி இருக்கோ அதே மாதிரி வந்து டிக்ளேர் பண்ணும். நான் இப்போ டைரக்டா டிக்ளேர் பண்ண என்ன ஆகுது, அது வந்து டேட்டா டைப் மிஸ்மேட்ச் ஆகும், இல்ல விட்டு வந்து 10ல இந்த மாதிரி சில ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வருது. Okay, or you can also use another declared variable. Another declared variable அப்படின்னா நீங்க வந்து இப்படியும் பண்ணலாம். You can also check this. இது வந்து எம்ப்ளாய் ஐடி, இது employees dot job id யூஸ் பண்றீங்களா, here you can also specify last underscore n, இப்படியும் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். இது ஆல்ரெடி டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. ஓகே, சேம் டேட்டா டைப் தான் வந்து ஜாபுக்கும் இருக்கு, வேற கேர் தான் இருக்கு, ஆனா வந்து மேக்ஸிமம் சைஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். அதான் இங்க சொல்ல வராங்க ஆக்சுவலா. another declared variable. The database table and column name should be specified. The name of the declared variable you have to specify. Okay, and you can see this here. Identify table name dot column percentage type. Okay, you can see this here. Declaring Boolean variables. When you are going to declare a Boolean variable, either it can be true, false, or null. Okay, you can assign it. Conditional expressions and the logical operator and or not, and okay, you can use this variable values. The variable values yields always a true, false, or null. An arithmetic and date expression can be used to return a Boolean value. Okay, the blob data types that you can see this: character large object, binary large object, binary file, national language character large object. You can see this here. All are going to use the 4 GB. This is the blob data types. The composite data type that you can see here, the complete row you can store in a variable, or complete table data you can store in a variable. Complete row store பண்ணலாம், complete table information store பண்ணலாம் variable ல. அந்த மாதிரி ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்கு. இங்க அது வந்து composite data type separate chapter நம்ம வந்து டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுவோம். We'll discuss later. Using bind variable. Okay, bind variable, when you talk about here, it is like a host variable or environmental variable. Okay, here இந்த ப்ரோக்ராமும் நான் ஷேர் பண்றேன், நீங்க வேணா செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Excuse me. I'm not declaring these variables. You select last name, job ID into :n :job. Okay, and I'm not using here dbms underscore output also. Before executing this, okay, நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன், variable You can also use a complete variable. Last alias, last underscore n, you can say here the varchar 2 of 25. But don't write this one inside a program. The variable job, either you can say variable or var also you can use it. The varchar 2 of 10. You just check this, both variables I specified in the outside of the program, not inside. You have to execute this. Okay, the task completed, you can see this here. Now you can select your program. The program, you can execute this. Okay, I'm using here 145. PLSQL program successfully completed. Then how to see the values? You just use here print. Then to okay, print job. I'm saying here. Oh, wait a moment. Better we'll see here so that SQL Star Plus will see that. Okay, two statement got executed. Now I'll select this program also. You can see this here 145. Now if I say here print last underscore n, you can see this here print job. If I say only print, you can see this here, both the values you can find out. That's what here. Set auto print also you can use it. Set whenever you execute a bind variables, okay, auto print on. Even in SQL developer also you can specify. Whenever you execute, automatically it is going to be displayed. Okay, did we use anywhere? Okay, you can see this here. I'm sharing this program also. Okay, variables you have to declare first. Okay, I shared the program first, and variables also you have to declare. First you declare the variable, then you execute the program. Okay, here in environment you can declare a variable created in the environment, also called as a host variable, created with the variable keyword in PLSQL, used in SQL statement and PLSQL block, accessed even after the PLSQL block is executed. Reference with the preceding colon. Must and should you have to specify colon. Values can be outputted using the print command. Bind variables are required when using SQL Star Plus and SQL Developer. This example also you can see this. I gave one example. You can also try these two examples. Okay. The percentage type attribute used to declare variable according to database column definition. Used to declare a variable according to the collection of columns in the database table or a view. Used to declare variable according to the definition of another declared variable. Is prefixed to the database table name, table and column names or the name of the declared variable. Yeah, how many are correct? How many are correct? How many are correct? Kumaran, சொல்லுங்க. Except B, everything is correct.
Correct, yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, right.
Okay. You can go with the activity and practice, and if you have any doubt, make a note. Tomorrow morning we'll discuss. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Please complete your activity today itself, because tomorrow we are going to discuss more number of programs, and if you don't practice, then you find a difficulty tomorrow. இன்னைக்கு நீங்க work பண்ணலன்னா நாளைக்கு ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். Okay. Try to work. That's what I can say that. If நீங்க உங்க duty, I mean, you're going back to your shift or something, okay, sometimes you can find a time. Okay, then you try to utilize your time and work with the square programs, and let me know if you have any queries tomorrow morning. Okay, you can disconnect from Zoom. And one more thing, just wait a moment. I think you have to give a feedback for what do you call SQL. I think for everything they have made it a separate module. Okay, make sure that you give a feedback. I'm sharing this feedback link in a chat. You can give that and copy that, and you can leave the Zoom session. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Better copy all the programs which I shared on a chat. You can copy it and you can leave everything, the link and everything you can.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Wait, if you Akash, Soumya, and Dinesh Square, Dinesh Kumar P and Dinesh Kumar. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. All right. Right. You
Thank
can
you.
disconnect from Zoom then. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome, Soumya.